Chapter 753. He didn't die. Two balls didn't die. And it was even stronger. Luo Tian was shocked. He was stunned on the spot and thought, what's going on? The system didn't give any notification. Did two balls level up? King Kong and Bearded Man were also stunned, and then they started laughing wildly. Zi Luolan, Spiritual Master Liang, Lu Qingfeng, and the others were also stunned. The power of a level 8 profound God's primordial spirit's self-destruction was unimaginable. Two balls did not die and actually became stronger. How was this possible? No one could imagine it. He was definitely going to die, but he didn't die, and he even became stronger. All of a sudden, everyone's brain seemed to have short-circuited, and they couldn't react at all. Luo Tian's heart was still in pain. Murong Bai and the others' hearts were also in pain. But now, they all laughed loudly. There was nothing that could replace their current feelings. They could only laugh crazily and laugh arrogantly. Ha ha ha! Violet, aren't you awesome? Aren't you able to make your sword slave's primordial spirit self-destruct? Ha ha ha! I didn't expect you to not die from the explosion. Ha ha ha! It was also at this moment. Two balls landed, giggled, and said, Boss, I'll let you see my ultimate move. Dragon Devour. Inhale. Two balls opened his mouth, and a huge suction force directly sucked the two sword slaves into his mouth. He then closed his mouth, and his eyes became sinister, and then extremely arrogant. He looked at Zi Luolan coldly and said, Let your subordinates come again. Bam! Bam! Two explosions sounded out from within Two Balls' body. Golden light shot out from the gaps between Two Balls' teeth. The golden light was dazzling and exceptionally powerful. However, Two Balls was not injured at all. Furthermore, he had a look of enjoyment on his face. After a few seconds, Two Balls opened his mouth and let out a long burp. Air! Gudong! So satisfying. With a face full of satisfaction, Two Balls had an indescribable look of enjoyment on his face. The aura on his body became even stronger as he revealed a fawning smile and said cutely, Boss, my ultimate move is strong, hee hee. She had a despicable look. Luo Tian burst into laughter and flew onto Two Balls. He smacked Two Balls on the head and said, If you're not dead, why didn't you appear earlier? If you're not dead, why are you still acting? Do you know how worried we were? Have you considered our feelings? As he spoke, he struck a few more times. However, he didn't use much strength. To Erdan, it wasn't even enough to tickle him. Erdan laughed foolishly. Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted cool. I won't do it again. Luo Tian smiled and said, It's good that you're alive. Next time, don't do anything stupid. Don't rush ahead of me. I'll take care of everything. If someone dies, I'll die first. It won't be your turn. Do you understand? As he spoke, Luo Tian looked at King Kong, who was scratching his head and smiling foolishly. He looked at the bearded man who was playing with the puppet materials in his hand. He looked at Murong Bai, who was soaking wet. He looked at the poison widow who was smiling as brilliantly as a summer flower. The corners of their mouths curled up slightly and they all smiled. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng laughed sinisterly. All right, stop being so pretentious. You are all going to die today anyway. No matter who dies first. None of you will be able to escape. Demon General, get into formation. Kill God Array. It was also at this moment. Zi Luolan's face turned the color of a pig's liver as he said gloomily, Sword Slave, get into formation. Sword God, great formation. He did not continue to let the Sword Slave's primordial spirit self-destruct. This made Erdan unhappy. He stared at Zi Luolan and said, Hey, I say, you vicious shrew. Why don't you let your subordinates' primordial spirit self-destruct? Tell them to come quickly. I can't wait any longer. Her expression was red as she waved her handkerchief in the light district. She winked and acted coquettishly. Come and play. Zi Luolan's face was ashen. He coldly snorted and said, I'll teach you a lesson later. Buzz, buzz. The demon general shot out in all directions, and the surrounding aura suddenly changed, turning into a gloomy and murderous hell. On the other side, the four sword slaves formed the Sword God Great Formation. The sword Qi wreaked havoc and burst out crazily. The killing intent on their bodies also became abnormally dense. The appearance of the two formations had actually completely merged together. It was the killing intent that allowed them to merge together. Both formations were condensed from killing intent. Lu Chengfeng and Zi Luolan were surprised as well, but they laughed at the same time. The pain in Lu Qingfeng's chest made him suck in a few breaths of cold air and said fiercely, "Luo Tian, this is your life. Two unrelated formations have actually completely merged together. This is your GUI design. I don't care what kind of dog reincarnation you are. The devil sect will definitely not be controlled by you." Zi Luolan said, "A toad will never be able to eat swan meat." God killing, sword god formation. Activate. Kill them all. Zi Luolan roared fiercely. He could not take it any longer. It was completely different from looking at Luo Tian's arrogant and evil smile. It was too disgusting. The array was activated. A violent wind blew. Sword Qi, killing intent, and devil flames rose from beneath Luo Tian's feet like the undead from the underworld. It was eerie, terrifying, as if hell had descended. Woo! Woo! The sounds of ghosts crying and gods howling could be heard. The fusion of the two formations unleashed an unimaginable power. The 14 of them moved crazily. Their figures were like magic as they constantly changed. Furthermore, the formation was different from other formations. It did not have a true eye. Murong Bai and the Poison Widow quickly moved closer to Luo Tian. "Boss, what should we do?" "Boss, how do we kill them?" "Boss, why don't I give it a try first?" The few of them jumped up and down. The aura became more and more terrifying, more and more dangerous. But they did not have the slightest bit of fear. Instead, they were abnormally excited. Dan could not help but say, "Boss, it's our turn." Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "It's time for this celestial sect disciple challenge to end. I'm not in the mood to continue playing with them." Following that, Luo Tian raised his gaze slightly, looked at Zi Luolan in the distance, and sneered in disdain. "Zi Luolan, watch. Open your eyes wide and watch. 2 balls. Here, dragon's might." Understood. Luo Tian did not want to play anymore. He was not in the mood to continue playing. As his level increased, these people were no longer bosses. They had all become normal elite monsters. Even Lu Qingfeng, who was at level 9 Profound God Realm, was the same. The current bosses should be those immortal sect ancestors. 3 months later, in the Broken Sky City, all the boss would gather together. At that time, it was time for the heavens to explode. Now, Luo Tian wanted to end this competition. He immediately released the joint attack skill, Dragon's Might. Rumble, rumble, Luo Tian and Dan released their powers at the same time, directly crushing everyone around them. Stunned for 3 seconds. What could he do in 3 seconds? If you have a monthly vote, help me vote. Old Cow, thank you. Wait for Old Cow to rest for a while before erupting more. Chapter 754. 3 seconds. To a Profound God Realm expert, it was truly too long. Long enough to do anything he wanted. Luo Tian didn't hesitate at all. The moment he released his Dragon's Might, he stunned the devil sects, devil generals, and soul palaces, sword slaves. His figure was like lightning, and the annihilation blade in his hand struck out. It was as if he was cutting cabbage. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing sword slave Asan for obtaining 10 million experience. 2 million profound chi. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing sword slave Asi for obtaining 10 million experience. 2 million profound chi. A series of notifications rang out. Every time he attacked, it was an instant kill. Every time Luo Tian attacked with all his strength, not giving the opponent any chance. 3 seconds. It was very short, but it was also very long. Lu Qingfeng watched as the Devil Sect's supreme devil generals fell one after another. The anger in his heart continued to accumulate, and his face became the color of pig liver. He was abnormally angry, but he couldn't do anything. This was a very painful thing. Because he was stunned as well, Luo Tian swallowed the divine explosion pill and leveled up to the 9th level of profound God. So Lu Qingfeng would also be stunned. He could only watch as his disciple died. Pain? Not entirely, but it was a pity. Zi Luolan's expression changed once again. No matter how calm she was, she became abnormally furious. It was really as Erdan said. She had become a crazy woman, just like a shrew. There was no longer any beauty to speak of. 1, 2, 3. Every time Luo Tian killed one, they would shout out loudly. Very quickly, the sword god array was broken. The god-killing array was also broken. There were 14 more corpses on the ground. Luo Tian stood there with the annihilation blade in his hand. His body was covered in blood, and the tip of the blade was still dripping with hot blood. The corner of his mouth turned sinister, and he roared, "Who else?" Damn, I'm just asking, who else? Incomparably domineering. Luo Tian, Lu Qingfeng roared out in rage as he looked at the 10 devil generals that he had brought along. These were people that were groomed by the senior elder. If not for the fact that he was in cahoots with the immortal sect and was afraid that the immortal sect would resort to underhanded means, he wouldn't have brought along so many powerful beings. But now they were all dead. As the sect leader of the devil sect, he didn't even know how to explain himself. Luo Tian smiled. He raised his blade of destruction and pointed it at Lu Qingfeng. "You're not convinced, are you?" Lu Qingfeng jumped away and roared, "Luo Tian, I won't let you go!" Whoosh! His entire body instantly disappeared. He ran faster than a dog. The situation was hopeless. Even if he stayed now, he would only be sending himself to his death. He did not have the confidence to kill Luo Tian, and in his heart he was still a little afraid of Luo Tian. This kind of fear was not because of the same realm, but because of the fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Ever since Luo Tian stepped into the southern sky gate, he had been constantly releasing all sorts of powerful cultivation techniques. If he could even destroy the barrier created by the Nantian Immortal One, what else could he not do? Run. This was his only choice. Lu Qingfeng instantly traveled 10,000 miles. The idea sensed that Luo Tian did not chase after him, and roared out again. "Luo Tian, my devil sect and you are irreconcilable. You dog, just you wait, just you wait." Luo Tian immediately bellowed and said, "If you have the guts, then don't leave. See if I can beat the shit out of you." Finished. Luo Tian ignored him. The reason why he didn't chase after Lu Qingfeng was because he wanted to protect Zi Luolan, this woman who made him resent her, this woman who looked down on him and even wanted his life. She was still the mother of his sweetheart. To be honest, Luo Tian didn't know how to deal with it. Putting everything aside, Zi Luolan was Li Shue's mother. Even if Li Shue didn't hate Luo Tian couldn't kill her rashly. After all, she was his mother-in-law after all. Luo Tian looked at Zi Luolan with a calm expression. Zi Luolan's face was filled with anger. King Kong could not help but ask, "Boss, what should we do with this woman? She has been insulting you, and I am very unhappy. If you can't do it, let me do it. Humph. No one can insult my boss." Murongbai could not help but kick King Kong. "You big stupid ox, don't talk nonsense." Then, Murongbai glanced around and suddenly realized that Liang Jinren had disappeared. He immediately slapped his thigh and shouted, "F***CK, that son of a bitch ran away. When did that bastard run away? King Kong, Big Beard, second brother, Poison Widow, let's go after him." While speaking, Murongbai winked at them. King Kong was a little reluctant and muttered, "That old fox, spiritual master Liang has already escaped. How can we catch up with him now? If we leave, who will protect our boss? Hey, why are you pulling me? Murong hurriedly pulled King Kong away. The 5 of them flew to the top of a mountain. King Kong still wanted to chase forward, but was stopped by Murong Bai. Aren't we going after spiritual master Liang? Let's go. Why did we stop? I'm going to rush to his God-commanding celestial sect today and destroy them all. Murong Bai rolled his eyes at King Kong and said, You stupid ox, do you know who that woman is? She is the mother of the female phoenix, the mother of our future sister-in-law. Do you want to die if you kill him? There was no one around. Facing his future mother-in-law, no matter what choice Luo Tian made, he didn't want too many people around. Murong Bai knew Luo Tian's situation very well. If it were him, he wouldn't know what to do and what choice to make. Jin Gang scratched his head and said, If this is the mother of the woman I like, I will definitely separate from that woman. I will also give this old woman some color to see. How can there be such a mother? My mother is not like this. Murong Bai looked at Luo Tian in the distance. The other 4 also looked at Luo Tian. Very far. They only saw 2 people. Luo Tian didn't move. He kept looking at Zi Luolan, wondering what he should do. Zi Luolan's anger hadn't subsided and was even more intense than before. She stared coldly at Luo Tian and said, You may have won today, but you will lose in 3 months. There is nothing you can do to stop it. Luo Tian, you are not worthy. You are not. You came from a poor village. What right do you have to be loved by the female phoenix? Do you think you have won today? Do you have anything to prove to me? In my opinion, you are the biggest loser today. You don't even know why you are here. Luo Tian, the top 10 immortal sects, the Devil Sect, and the Soul Hall are all forces you can't afford to offend. You should find a place to hide for the rest of your life before those supreme masters of the mystic Dharch make their move. Humph, you are overestimating yourself. Zi Luolan's face was full of disdain. Luo Tian looked at her, and his gaze changed slightly. Luo Tian didn't know why, but he really wanted to hit her. However, Luo Tian did the same. After Zi Luolan finished speaking, Luo Tian instantly moved and slapped Zi Luolan hard on the face. Slap. He came back very late. There was an update at night. Chapter 755. Pa. A loud sound rang out. Luo Tian used a lot of strength in this slap, causing Zi Luolan to stagger and almost fall to the ground. The 5 finger marks on his cheeks were clearly visible. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Zi Luolan's mouth. Luo Tian was expressionless and said indifferently, There's no other reason. I just want to hit you. Does it feel good? Can you still talk? Indeed, Luo Tian really didn't have any other reason. It wasn't because Zi Luolan looked down on him, nor was it because she wanted to stop him from having a relationship with Shui. It was just that he wanted to give Zi Luolan a slap. No matter what happened in the future, Luo Tian would definitely not regret this slap. Zi Luolan stood still, his face pale, and the resentment in his eyes became even more sinister. She looked at him coldly. Looking at Luo Tian, she didn't move at all. Luo Tian also looked at her and laughed. What you said is not a problem for me. I said that no one can stop me and no one in this world can stop me from doing what I want to do. I said that I will steal the bride, so I will definitely do it. Even if Shui doesn't like me and hates me, I will still steal the bride. Luo Tian said word by word, but in his heart he muttered, F***ck, I used my little brother's lifetime of impotence to make a vow. Who knows if this world will come true if I don't fulfill it? What if it does? Then how can I face Mao Zedong? So what if the 10 great immortal sects are powerful? So what if the Devil Sect is powerful? So what if the Soul Palace is powerful? So what if Murong Wanjian is the son of the true dragon? 3 months later, I will definitely step into Duan Tian City. I will definitely announce to the world that Li Shui is my woman. Not to mention you for Shui. So what if I become the enemy of the entire world? I, Luo Tian, am never afraid of anything. Luo Tian said again. After that, Luo Tian's expression turned cold. I don't care if you know who's behind the alliance between the four great powers. Go back and tell your bullshit Soul King that if he dares to touch a single hair on Er's head, I, Luo Tian, swear that I'll fuck up all 18 generations of his ancestors. I swear. There must be a huge secret behind the alliance of the four forces. This secret was closely related to Li Shuer, Lin Long's last words. The words that Lin Wuxian said before he died were all superficial. The union of the female phoenix and the real dragon, 3 months later, was a huge conspiracy. No matter who the conspiracy was, Luo Tian would not let anyone hurt Li Shuer, no one. Violet's eyes darkened slightly. She didn't know about any conspiracy or secret. Hearing Luo Tian's words, she couldn't help but sneer and said, You're only saying this to curry favor with Li Shuer and belittle Morong Wanjian. Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, it's useless to play tricks with me. No matter how much Shuer likes you, it's useless. Her final destination is the real dragon, Morong Wanjian. From the moment she was born, I knew that her only man was Morong Wanjian. No one could, and no one would be qualified to be her man. Everything I've done in my life is for her. Whoever dares to stop her from marrying the real dragon, I'll risk my life and fight them to the end, no matter who it is. Very determined, Luo Tian smiled bitterly and said, Have you asked Shuai, or if she's willing or not? She's not happy, and you're forcing what you like on her. Do you know what she wants since she was young? Since you like Morong Wanjian so much, then marry him. Why do you have to implicate Shuai? Luolan, I've been modest to you because you're my elder. Even if you look down on me and insult me, I'll endure it. I can endure it if you treat me like this. But if you treat Shuai like this, even if you're her mother, I'll still kill you. I, Luo Tian, will do what I say. This was his bottom line. It was also his reverse scale. No matter who it was, they couldn't touch it. Even Shuai's mother couldn't. After saying this, Luo Tian didn't stay and left with large strides. Luolan stood in place and roared. Luo Tian, if you let me go today, I won't be grateful to you. If I want to see you in the future, I'll take your life with my own hands. You'll never get my daughter in this lifetime, ha ha ha, like a lunatic. Luo Tian also heard it. Under his sleeves, his hands secretly clenched as he thought, Li Shuai is my woman. No one can stop her. No one can stop the woman that I, Luo Tian, want. Star Ocean Immortal Sect, Star Platform. Li Shuai cried. While crying, he was also smiling. A happy smile. Because of Luo Tian's words, she was moved. There was a man who had always been risking his life for her, fighting with all his might, breaking through with all his might. Everything he did was for her. This feeling was truly too blissful. She cried because of her mother's words. Ever since she was young, she had been taught that Morong Wanjian was the only man in the world who was worthy of her. She was also the only woman who was worthy of Morong Wanjian. A female phoenix and a true dragon were a match made in heaven. This was the will of the heavens. No one could shake it. However, she really hated Morong Wanjian. She hated his arrogance and everything about him. Therefore, when she was young, the days she spent with Luo Tian in Jade Mountain City were the most unforgettable times in her life. Big brother Luo Tian, can I be your bride? Sure, big brother Luo Tian, when you grow up, you will marry me too, right? You must come and marry me. Don't lie to me. All right, let's pinky swear. Pinky swear, hang yourself 100 years. She remembered everything that happened when she was young very clearly. Thinking back to that time, Li Shuai smiled faintly. She looked at the sky, at the stars in the sky, and said with a blissful smile, Big brother Luo Tian, you must come and marry me. I'll wait for you. Turmoil. The talented disciples of the 10 great immortal sects were all crushed to death by Luo Tian. It was only the most humiliating moment in the history of the 10 great immortal sects. An unbearable humiliation. It also greatly weakened the strength of the 10 great immortal sects and the luck of the immortal sects. Some of the old monsters that hadn't appeared for 10,000 years all came out one by one. If something happened to the immortal sect, they would definitely come out. Even if they didn't care, these were still their disciples and grand disciples, so they couldn't let them go. Moreover, they had already accepted the invitation of the heavenly dragon more than 10 years ago. Duan Tian City to attend the wedding of the true dragon and female phoenix. They had to attend. At that time, there would be a miracle. Miracle? What would it be? They also wanted to know. In the void. What kind of chaos has the profound sky continent become? Because of him, this brat can't be allowed to live. He must die. The drifting cloud immortal sect will not let him go. Honorable martial artists, let's put that little ant Luo Tian aside for now. He won't be able to cause any big waves. In my eyes, he can't even be compared to an ant. Now, I want to tell you about the miracle. There was another chapter at night. Chapter 756. Huashan Immortal Sect. It had been 3 days since they returned from the southern heavenly gate. Everyone had been recuperating for the past 3 days. The Huashan Immortal Sect had won an overwhelming victory in the Immortal Sect Disciple Challenge. They had stepped on the top 10 immortal sects and vented their anger. 9 out of the top 10 immortal sect masters had died. If spiritual master Liang had not escaped quickly, he would have died too. This was a huge loss to the immortal sect and the Tianqin continent. However, to Luo Tian, it was a huge amount of wealth, experience, and mystical energy. It was just that they did not drop anything good. This was something that Luo Tian was vexed about. The top 10 immortal sect masters were all poor, but they were still elite monsters. After this incident, Luo Tian had a rough understanding of the system's attributes. He leveled up, but the monsters did not. The monsters that were originally bosses would become elite monsters. If he leveled up again, these elite monsters would be lowered again. Their experience, mystical energy, and the items they dropped would all be greatly reduced. When spiritual master Liang Linwushan and the others first appeared, they were all super big bosses. However, when Luo Tian broke through to level 8 mystic god, they were only elite monsters. Now, I'm afraid the system only recognizes supreme powerhouses in the mystic emperor realm. Isn't this too bitter? Sir System, are you trying to play me to death? Luo Tian sighed in his heart and walked out of the secret room. A few minutes later, Huashan Main Hall. When Han Hua saw Luo Tian, she immediately walked forward and said, Sect Master. Luo Tian immediately said, Senior Sister, you're the Sect Master. Do you think I was joking at the Southern Heavenly Gate? I'm really passing the position of Sect Master to you. I don't want to be Sect Master at all. I'm not cut out to be one. Senior Sister, just be at ease and be the Sect Master. If anyone disagrees, I'll definitely kill them. What Sect Master or Sect Master? Luo Tian did not care at all. If he had not promised Wu Nian Dao Master and 5 Spirits Patriarch, Luo Tian would not have cared about the life and death of the Huashan Immortal Sect. In this world, he only cared about the people and things he cared about. He did not want to be bound by a sect. What he pursued was the pinnacle of strength. It was a power that no one could shake. Han Hua was taken aback. All right, then you are the Grand Elder of the Huashan Immortal Sect. Since you want me to be the sect leader, then you have to admit that you are the Grand Elder of the Huashan Immortal Sect. Your authority is still above mine. Luo Tian was depressed. He couldn't win against her, so he said, Senior Martial Sister. All right. Han Hua smiled. His expression turned serious as he said, Sect Leader, Grand Elder, we've taken first place in the Immortal Sect Challenge and trampled all the top 10 Immortal Sects. Logically speaking, Mount Hua immortal sex immortal luck should have increased. However, it hasn't increased at all. Instead, it has weakened even more. Now, other than the inner sect, I can't sense any immortal chi in the outer sect. I want to ask those outer sect disciples if they should be allowed to enter the inner sect to cultivate. It hasn't increased? Luo Tian was secretly shocked. According to past experience, as long as they won a match in the Immortal Sect Challenge, their Immortal Sect's immortal luck would increase. However, it didn't increase and instead decreased. Could it be that the Huashan Immortal Sect's crisis had not passed? Or could it be that the Huashan Immortal Sect was still facing destruction? Luo Tian's heart sank. Thinking about how the top 10 immortal sects all had mystic Tharch experts, he muttered. Seems like I've underestimated the power of the top 10 immortal sects. It's just as they said. Any one of the top 10 immortal sects could easily crush the Huashan immortal sect. It's as easy as squashing an ant. Mystic Tharch experts were considered supreme experts in the Tianxian continent. They could instantly crush an ordinary immortal sect with a single strike. This was the reason why the Huashan immortal sect's immortal luck didn't increase. Offending the top 10 immortal sects, the Huashan immortal sect was facing an even greater crisis, an unimaginable crisis. Han Hua nodded and said, I think the same as you. The reason why the Huashan immortal sect's immortal luck is so low is because the top 10 immortal sects are still suppressing us. Those mystic Tharch experts alone can suppress the Huashan immortal sect. I received news that all the mystic Tharch experts in the Tianxian continent have come out of seclusion. They seem to have received an invitation from the Imperial God Immortal Sect's old ancestor, Sang Tianlong, to come to Duantian City in 3 months' time, which is the wedding day of the true dragon and the female phoenix. Currently, we don't know what their motive is. No matter how great Sang Tianlong's reputation is, he wouldn't be able to invite so many mystic Tharch experts. There must be some hidden motive behind this. When the mystic Tharch comes out of seclusion, all the celestial qi in the Tianxian continent will become thin. If this continues, I'm afraid that in less than a month, our Huashan immortal sect won't have a shred of celestial qi and will automatically become an ordinary immortal sect. Luo Tian frowned and his heart sank. He thought to himself, all the mystic Tharch experts have come out of seclusion and will go to Duantian City. F***CK, how much experience is that? After killing these people, I'll definitely be able to step into the shattering void tier. Then I'll enter an even more powerful ancient world and see the ancient king that I released, the ghost dragon, and then kill the 7 luminaries divine, sovereign, and the undead emperor. Gulp! Luo Tian couldn't help but gulp, his face full of excitement. Han Hua was stunned. He couldn't tell what Luo Tian was thinking. He couldn't help but think, could it be that he's thinking about what happened with Yunling and Yun Yi last night? That can't be. The 2 sisters are both in seclusion to recover from their injuries. Could it be that the poisonous widow who killed people? After the excitement, Luo Tian's heart sank again and he muttered, the conspiracy is getting more and more obvious. Hidden Heaven Dragon, what kind of ulterior motive do you have? Luo Tian started to worry. All of this was related to Li Shuer. No matter what happens, I won't let anyone bully you. I only have 3 months left. Within 3 months, I must break through to the mystic Tharch supreme tier. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists. He now needed 60 to 70 billion experience to level up. Seeing that long string of 0, he couldn't help but feel irritated. There was too much experience, and the monster's experience was too little. Mystic God experts only had a few million experience. How long would it take to level up? Moreover, he was still at the 8th level of the Mystic God Realm. The experience required to level up from the 9th level of the Mystic God Realm to the Mystic Tharch Realm was even more. Breaking through to the Mystic Tharch Supreme Tier in 3 months was too difficult. It was really too difficult. However, Luo Tian didn't have a choice. He must break through. Otherwise, the one who would be trampled to death in Duantian City. 3 months later would be him. Thinking of Morong Wanjian's arrogant face, Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists. I must level up. I must break through to the mystic Tharch tier. Luo Tian looked at Han Hua and said, Call Dan, Jingang, Morongbai, and Big Beard here. It was time to start the ultimate mission. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. Thank you. Good night, brothers. Chapter 757. The ultimate mission was to save the profound sky continent. It looked like a grand mission. However, Luo Tian didn't care about the life and death of the profound sky continent. He only wanted experience, that was all. Half an hour later, the 4 of them all arrived at the main hall of Mount Hua. This time they had more or less suffered some injuries in the Celestial Sect's Disciple Challenge, and they had more or less recovered. As soon as he walked in, Dan said, Boss, are you going to start a war with the 10 great immortal sects by rushing us here? Ha ha ha. I can't hold it in any more. Last time that old dog, Spiritual Master Liang, ran away. This time, I want to see where he can run to. King Kong laughed foolishly and said, Second brother, Spiritual Master Liang's life is mine. No one should fight with me for it. He has insulted boss so many times. I will definitely not let him off. F*CK. Daniu, what position do you put me in as your senior brother? His life will definitely die under my white feather sword. Morongbai also laughed and said. The bearded man blew his beard and glared, revealing an angry look, and said, In any case, I just want to kill him. I can't be bothered to care whose life it belongs to. They were all warmongers. After returning from the southern gate of heaven, although they were recuperating, they were still cultivating with all their might. They were just waiting for Luo Tian to give the order to lead them to kill the 10 great immortal sects and kill them one by one to prevent future trouble. Luo Tian's eyes were slightly startled, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, That's right. I don't know if entering the Earth's core tower to kill demon beasts will give me more experience, or going to the 10 great immortal sects will give me more experience. I still lack 700 points of undefeated bloodline. If I can break through, that would be the best. Such a long time. Luo Tian did not go and increase the power of his bloodline. His goal was to wait until he fused with the 4 divine beasts' bloodline before increasing it. If he were to increase it now and fuse it again, it would be a waste of time. Last time, he had heard that Morong Wanjian had raised the power of his true dragon bloodline to an extremely high realm, and he was just short of becoming a true dragon. Even with Luo Tian's current 3 divine beast bloodlines, he still wasn't a match for Morong Wanjian. If Morong Wanjian truly transformed into a true dragon, then Luo Tian's heart tightened as he couldn't help but say, I really have to think of a way to increase my undefeated bloodline. I have to quickly merge the 4 divine beasts' bloodlines. Only then will I be able to absolutely crush Morong Wanjian. However, speaking of which, the 10 great immortal sects were much more powerful than Luo Tian had imagined. Now that those mystic Tharch experts had all come out of seclusion, even the entire Huashan immortal sect wouldn't be enough to kill those mystic Tharch experts. A mystic Tharch martial expert was extremely powerful. They were the pinnacle of existence in the profound sky continent. Luo Tian was startled. He gave up on the idea of killing his way to the top 10 sections. He couldn't risk his brother's life. He looked at Morongbai and said, Do you remember the first time we met? The great Tang Dynasty's Imperial Jade Seal and the Skyplume City, Lord Stone Seal, could open up a different dimension. Actually, it's not really a different dimension. It should be the most dangerous place in the profound sky continent. Inside, there's a different dimension's power that's devouring the profound sky continent's essence. This time, I called you guys over to form a team to save the profound sky continent. After he finished speaking, Luo Tian felt a little surprised as he muttered to himself, Damn it, am I that noble? How could such words come out of my mouth? Dan was stunned as he said, Boss, I feel that your body is flashing with a golden light. King Kong continued, and it's a very dazzling light. Saving the profound sky continent is too noble. Morongbai laughed and said, Boss, is there something wrong with my ears, or did you really say it wrong? Are you sure you want to save the profound sky continent and not some lost girl? Or for that woman? Big Beard was very direct as he said, Boss, just do whatever you want, okay? The four of them had been following Luo Tian for a while now. These words coming out of Luo Tian's mouth was a little hard to get used to. I never thought that I would have such a place in your hearts. Luo Tian shook his head, revealing a bitter look. I never thought that my image would be so bad, no matter what. I'm still your boss. Give me some face. Morongbai chuckled and said, What is image? Can it be eaten? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The five of them laughed at the same time. Then, Luo Tian took out the Great Tang's Imperial Jade Seal and the Heavenly Feather City's Lord Seal. The two stones looked very ordinary, but within their bodies they contained the power of 10,000 years of inheritance. Luo Tian became cautious. At this moment, Cold Frost and the others ran over and immediately said, Where are you going? We want to go too. The Poison Widow smiled charmingly and said, Sir, bring this servant along. This servant can warm your bed. Luo Tian looked at Han Hua, who said embarrassedly, Junior's sister saw it, so I said it. Great. You still want to hide from us? Tell me, are you going to find that person? Cold Frost immediately arrived. Luo Tian felt like dying. Looking at their expressions, he knew that it was impossible for them not to go. Since that was the case, he might as well go with them. It was also a kind of experience for them. Who knows, they might even break through. Then again, their strength was not bad, so protecting themselves shouldn't be a problem. Senior's sister. In the days that I'm not here, I'll leave the Huashan Immortal School to you. Oh, right? Send someone to the Biming City, find the Biming City Lord, and tell her not to let those old demon kings go to the Devil's Sect, no matter what. Absolutely not, do you understand? Luo Tian said worriedly in his heart. When they returned from the southern gate of heaven, the giant demons in the soul refining formation had already left. All that was left were the corpses of the Alliance army of the 10 great immortal sections. The corpses were like mountains, and the blood flowed like rivers, dyeing the sky red. The scene was too horrible to look at. It was a complete massacre. Sooner or later, they would find out about the deaths of Tong Yen and the dimensional demons. Once they found out that Lu Qingfeng had killed the two of them, these old fellows would definitely fly into a rage and kill their way to the Devil's Sect. This was what Luo Tian was worried about. The Devil's Sect was no longer the same Devil's Sect as before. Lu Qingfeng would definitely kill them. Even if he couldn't kill them, there was still the mystic emperor behind him. The cultivation of these old demon kings had stagnated for tens of thousands of years. They wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time, let alone their opponents. Han Hua nodded and said, I'll immediately get someone to do it, don't worry. Luo Tian thought, Don't be rash. Then, Luo Tian walked to the center of the hall, with the Imperial Jade Seal in one hand and the city, Lord's imprint in the other. His eyebrows twitched, his hands suddenly clasped together, and said in a deep voice, Open for me. A line of power burst out the moment the two stones combined. The stone disappeared. A teleportation gate was formed. The teleportation gate of the Earth's core pagoda. Luo Tian said, Go in. Chapter 758. A buzzing sound. After Luo Tian and the others entered, the portal immediately closed. Yunling immediately said, The door is closed. How do we go back? Big brother Luo Tian, where is this? Sir, you have to protect me well. Boss, what the hell is this place? Damn, this place is so big. I can't see the end of it. It's all plains. There's nothing here. The crowd began to chatter among themselves. After Luo Tian entered the portal, he waited for the system's next prompt. However, After waiting for 10 seconds, the system did not sound out, which meant that it still had no clue about this ultimate quest. The idea entered the Sumer ring and said, "Ancestor, I have already arrived at the Earth's core pagoda. What should I do now?" There was no response. Luo Tian said again, "Ancestor, you want me to save the profound sky continent and achieve your great Tao, but you have to tell me what to do, right? There's nothing here, so where did the experts from the higher planes come from to devour the profound sky continent's profound sky continent?" There was still no response from the ring, as if the patriarch of Mount Hua was no longer in the ring. Everything was like a dream. Luo Tian could not help but frown and thought to himself, "Damn, could it be that I've been tricked? It shouldn't be. The system won't make a mistake. It's intelligent. It's impossible for it to give out a tricking mission, right? If I'm tricked, I won't even be able to get out." On the boundless plains, a buzzing sound came from the depths of the Earth's core. At this moment, the system sounded out, "Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for entering the first floor of the Earth's core pagoda and killing all the demon beasts on the first floor. The clearing time is 10 days. Players who exceed the time limit will be obliterated. Completing the quest within 10 days, the quest score will bees, and you will receive the Strange Flame lottery." Luo Tian was the first to hear the words "clearing time is 10 days," and sneered in his heart. 10 days is such a long time, no matter how many demon beasts there are. They will all be eliminated. Then, when he heard the words, "if you exceed the time limit, you will be obliterated," his chrysanthemum immediately tightened, and his back broke out in cold sweat. System obliterated. What was going on? The system wants to kill players? Even a god would not be able to stop it, let alone the power imprint of Patriarch Hua Mountain. It would not be able to stop it at all. Immediately, Luo Tian cursed in his heart, "System, F*CK your grandpa." Finally, he heard about the mission reward. Luo Tian smiled. The molten green lotus flame dealt 5 million damage, while the purifying demonic lotus flame dealt 8 million damage. From this, it could be deduced that the damage of each of the 108 mysterious flames was increasing. If he could obtain 108 deviant flames, he wouldn't even need to make a move. He could just use the deviant flames to kill them. One had to know that the deviant flames' attack could ignore defense, strength, and everything else. How could Xiao Yan's strongest qi method be simple? Luo Tian's saliva was about to drip down as he thought to himself, "The Heavenly Flame Lottery. This is going to be a good time. Wait for me to gather more than 100 heavenly flames. I will make those mystic Tharch experts kneel in front of me and submit to me." Ha ha ha! Instantly, Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened and became excited. It was as if he had reached the climax in an instant. The system's notification ended. The entire plain suddenly shook, and the yellow sand on the ground began to move. Clang! A loud and clear sound rang out. It was like the sound of a gate opening. Luo Tian immediately shouted, "Everyone, get into your battle form and get close to me. Hurry!" At this moment, Luo Tian activated the leader system and released all kinds of buffs. Murong Bai and the others were obviously stunned, and all of them asked in confusion, "Why did my strength become stronger?" Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of thunder roared in the dark sky, and the originally calm plain slowly became strange. In less than 10 seconds, a cold and brutal aura was released, and ferocious demonic beasts emerged from the ground one after another. Just like the resurrected people in the Edo Tensei technique, these demonic beasts all had the appearance of stone men. Their bodies were carved with deep stripes, and the stripes flowed with fluorescent light. The fluorescent light slowly gathered and then concentrated on the chest where the heart was. In an instant, his eyes opened and a red light flashed. Alive! Lava beast! Luo Tian was a little dumbfounded and couldn't help but say, "The stone men in LOL? Their appearance is very similar, but their bodies are extremely large. Each of them is more than 10 meters tall, and they are completely like giants. Kill them?" As long as it doesn't enlarge, it shouldn't be difficult, right? Before he could finish his words, countless gigantic lava beasts emerged from the plains. It was impossible to count them all. One couldn't even see the end of them. Holy sh*T. This is asking for my life. Luo Tian's forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was impossible to kill so many demonic beasts in 10 days, and each of these demonic beasts looked extremely powerful. Their strength was probably above the 3rd level of the profound God realm, being surrounded by tens of thousands of 3rd level profound God realm experts. Even a profound Emperor realm expert would not be able to escape death. I've been tricked. I've been tricked. Luo Tian cursed in his heart. What's saving the profound sky continent? This was the system and the Huashan patriarch tricking him. King Kong said naively, "Boss, there are so many stone monsters. We didn't come here to kill them, right?" Morongbai's forehead was also covered in cold sweat, and said, "Boss, what are you doing? Do you need to make such a big scene? People will really die." "Big brother Luo Tian, I'm a little scared. Sir, before I die, can you fulfill this humble servant's small request? Please take this humble servant's body." The poison widow's huge, white chest shook, and her charming eyes stared straight at Luo Tian, throwing flirtatious glances. Damn it! Luo Tian's primitive, evil fire was ignited. But at this time, how could he be in the mood to think about this? Luo Tian glanced around. There was no place to hide, no walls, no natural defense. This was a plain. There was no terrain to rely on. Huff! Luo Tian took a deep breath. On the plains, stone golems were still waking up one after another. Instead of waiting for them to all wake up, it was better to take the initiative. Luo Tian's eyes darkened and slightly shouted, "Brothers, prepare for battle!" As soon as he finished, Luo Tian glanced at Morongbai and said, "I'll try them first. You guys stay where you are. Don't move. Don't act recklessly." In that instant, Luo Tian's figure moved. Broken moon! Whoosh! He directly landed beside a lava giant beast. His fist sank, and his power poured in. The power of a level 8 profound god exploded out, and he leaped high into the air, smashing it heavily. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Without waiting for Luo Tian's fist to land, he was sent flying by the lava giant beast stone fists. Luo Tian was dumbstruck. Damn, this demon beast is too awesome! This time he was dead for sure. There was still one more chapter at night. Chapter 759. He was sent flying with a single punch. Strength, speed, and reaction speed were all unparalleled. Luo Tian was at least at the 8th level of profound god. And to be sent flying just like that, it was enough to show how powerful the lava giant beast was. One was already so powerful. What about 1,000,000? If he couldn't complete it, he would be obliterated. If he completed it, he would still get Anne's rating. Only then would he be able to obtain the reward of the strange fire lottery. Instantly, Luo Tian felt that it wasn't fun anymore. In the air, Luo Tian's chest felt hot, as if he had been burned. Burn damage? Luo Tian steadied his mind and instantly landed back on the ground. His face darkened as he said, "None of these fellows are easy to provoke. They're all very strong." King Kong was a little unhappy and said, "Hit my boss! If I don't show you some color, I won't be Neo Jingang." As soon as he finished, without waiting for Luo Tian to stop him, he rushed out. With a move of his fists, a dense force surged out like a tidal wave, and he shouted, "Heavy thunder bombardment!" Bam! The moment King Kong's fists landed, the lava giant beast moved slightly, and its thick stone arms blocked in front of him. Rumble! With a loud explosion, King Kong's face turned pale white. His arms were numb, as if they were about to break. His fists were dripping with blood, and his entire body fell from the sky. 2 balls suddenly soared into the air and carried King Kong back. Next, Luo Tian cast a regeneration technique on it, and the injuries on King Kong's hands healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face also recovered, and he scratched his head, saying bitterly, "This guy is too strong. My attack can't even move it in the slightest." Indeed, King Kong's divine power was already unimaginably strong, but it didn't move at all. It didn't even tremble as it forcefully blocked King Kong's heavy thunder bombardment. Speed, strength, reaction, and defense were all so strong. How was he supposed to play with this? He couldn't play at all. Luo Tian's heart sank once again. Damn it, if you want to kill me, just say it. Why do you have to find such a reason? It was a mission that was completely impossible to complete. No matter how you looked at it, it was impossible for Luo Tian to complete the mission of killing 1 million lava beasts in 10 days. Moreover, there might even be a boss on this plane, which was the Lava Beast King. This was even more impossible. What should we do? Big brother Luo Tian, why aren't they moving? Yeah, it's really strange. Why aren't they moving? The girls began to discuss. Luo Tian opened up the system to take a look. There were still 10 seconds before the 10-day countdown began. In other words, the lava behemoths would attack in 10 seconds. They hadn't moved yet because it wasn't time yet. No matter what, since it's a quest, there must be a chance to complete it. In my previous life, no quest could stop me, and it's the same in this other world. For the sake of kidnapping the bride in 3 months, for the sake of for the sake of stomping Morong Wanjian to death under my feet, for the sake of exploding all those insufferably arrogant mystic Tharch supreme experts, I will risk my life. Luo Tian's heart tightened. Although he was complaining in his heart, he wouldn't give in. In the face of any difficulty, he couldn't give in. Once he gave in, he wouldn't have any chance at all. Luo Tian didn't have a way out either. If he could kill 1 million lava behemoths within 10 days, even if he couldn't rise to the 9th level of the mystic god realm, he would still be very close. He had to break through to the mystic Tharch realm within these 3 months. Otherwise, he would fail in Duantian City. He would be utterly defeated, facing Morong Wanjian, facing Ziluolan, facing those insufferably arrogant, absolute experts. Luo Tian couldn't afford to lose. If he lost, he would have nothing left. This time he was going to face the strongest power in the profound sky continent. He had to destroy them. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly and quickly said, "King Kong, Big Beard, you guys will be the tanks and restrain the lava behemoths. Murong Bai, the Poison Widow, and I will be the main attackers. Erden, Yunling, and Yunyi, you guys will be the secondary attackers. Cold Frost, you are in charge of dealing with emergencies. Do you guys understand?" After Luo Tian finished speaking, he immediately said, "Prepare to fight!" King Kong looked at Erden. Erden looked at Morong Bai. Morong Bai stared at Big Beard. Big Beard scratched his head and looked at the Poison Widow. The Poison Widow looked at Cold Frost with a blank face, and Cold Frost looked at the Yunling sisters. Then, everyone shook their heads like a rattle drum and said, "I don't understand." Luo Tian was startled. "It's so simple, how could I not understand? I forgot." Luo Tian treated this place as a game. Facing a large wave of monsters, he naturally put himself in the game and immediately laughed apologetically. To put it simply, Big Beard, King Kong, the two of you will block the attacks of the demon beasts. Me, Morong Bai, and the Poison Widow will attack. Erden, Yunling, Yunyi, the 3 of you will attack from the sides. Cold Frost will support at any time. You understand now. Boss, how could we understand what you said about tanks? Now we naturally understand. That's right, what is a tank? Can it be eaten? Sir, I really want to fight with you, especially on the bed. Ding! The 10-day countdown begins. The system sounded out. Luo Tian's expression became serious and said, "It's about to begin according to my formation. Let's get one to test it out. We have to find the weakness of these demon beasts. Otherwise, we won't be able to kill them all in 10 days. Cold Frost could not help but ask, "Why do we have to kill them all within 10 days? We still have a lot of time." Yunling asked, "Big brother Luo Tian, what will happen if we don't kill them all in 10 days? Luo Tian laughed and said, "I will die." Boom! With a loud sound, all the lava giant beasts were completely activated. Power stripes appeared on their bodies, clearly visible, and every stone on their bodies flickered with fluorescent light, just like glowing weapons. Luo Tian took the lead and took a step forward. Then he said, "You guys stay where you are, I'll lure one over first." Step by step, he approached carefully. Luo Tian was incomparably careful. Without knowing the weaknesses of these demon beasts, they would not be able to deal with too many of them. These demon beasts were simply too strong. Lung Han's Huang was stunned. King Kong muttered, "What did the boss just say? If he can't kill all these demon beasts within 10 days, he will die. Is that what he said? Did I hear wrongly?" Everyone fell silent. Silence. They all heard it very clearly. If they didn't kill Luo Tian within 10 days, they would die. Luo Tian wouldn't joke about this kind of thing with them. Suddenly, everyone raised their eyes and looked at Luo Tian's back. Everyone became completely serious and entered a super strong battle consciousness. King Kong shouted loudly, "Boss, I won't let you die." This shout was too loud. Luo Tian never thought that King Kong would shout at this time. What he did not expect, even more, was that the lava giant beasts beside him were all awakened by King Kong's voice. Pairs of huge eyes stared coldly at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was completely dumbfounded. More than 8,000 recommendation tickets, more than 200 rewards, more than 3,000 monthly votes. The old cow didn't know what to say. He could only thank them. Thank you to each and every one of you. A new week is about to begin. Old Cow begs for recommendation tickets. Chapter 760. He woke up. The surrounding 6 lava giant beasts had all woken up. According to the experience of the game in his previous life, monsters could only be pulled by getting close to them. However, they were awakened by King Kong's voice. What was going on? Luo Tian's forehead was filled with black lines. He even had the heart to die, and immediately reminded them, "Everyone, don't speak too loudly. These demon beasts will be awakened by the sound. King Kong, especially you." "Huh. I'll be careful next time." King Kong scratched his head. Seeing the 6 lava giant beasts pouncing towards Luo Tian, he couldn't help but shout, "Boss, it's dangerous." Buzz. Not far away, another 2 lava giant beasts were awakened. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. King Kong still couldn't help but want to say something, but Murong Bai, who was beside him, covered his mouth, afraid that he would shout again. If that happened, all the surrounding lava giant beasts would be awakened, and they would be beaten into a pile of meat paste. At the same time, Luo Tian immediately changed his strategy and said, "There are too many demon beasts. Change the plan. 2 balls. You hold back 7 lava giant beasts, and the rest of you focus your fire on 1. Is there a problem?" 2 balls wanted to roar, but when he opened his mouth, he was glared at by Luo Tian. He could only lower his voice and say, "No problem." Then, 2 balls soared into the air and directly stopped the 6 lava giant beasts in front of him. Luo Tian summoned extermination. Critical hit! Luo Tian's blade chopped down on the body of a magma beast. That magma beast was instantly pulled back by Luo Tian. Then that magma beast pounced on Luo Tian as if it had gone mad. Its huge fist tore through the void and heavily swept down. It was unusually fierce. Bang, bang, bang. 2 balls, who was originally in the air, was continuously attacked and slapped down. Luo Tian frowned and said, "Everyone attack!" 2 balls, can you hold on? 2 balls smiled and said, "Boss, don't worry, I can hold on." As he spoke, 2 balls was hit again. Fortunately, he was a descendant of the dragon god. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not be able to hold on. "Dragon blood puppet, get out!" The bearded man's hands were as fast as flying. In less than 3 seconds, he refined a puppet linked with the dragon god's blood essence. The puppet pounced on him ferociously like a fierce beast. Sword manipulation. With Murong Bai's mind, the white feather sword suddenly moved and shot out. King Kong rushed up arrogantly with his mouth tightly shut. He was afraid that he would make any noise and attract the monster over. He walked to the side of the giant magma beast, raised his arms, and shouted in a relaxed manner, "Heavy thunder! 10 million joule of force. Left hammer, right hammer, left hammer, right hammer." The Poison Widow smiled evilly as the spirit dragon whip in her hand wrapped around the lava beast. Her eyebrows moved, dancing in the 9 heavens bind. Lung Han Shuang's frost sword also stabbed forward. These powers all had one thing in common. According to the game's explanation, it was a physical attack. Luo Tian stared fixedly at the top of the giant magma beast's head. "This won't do. This guy's physical defense is too strong. These people's attacks can only cause single-digit damage. Compared to their tens of millions of HP, they can't even scratch an itch. Change tactics." Luo Tian made a prompt decision and immediately said, "Poison Widow, it's time to release your ability. The Scorpion King's poison should be released, right? After so many years in the Death Desert, how much poison have you collected? Release it all now. King Kong, you go up and help Two Balls share some of the burden. Big Beard, use the puppet to stall him. Use the profound chi to support all of your attacks. Use your cultivation technique to attack." Luo Tian spoke very quickly, and these people's reactions were also very fast. In less than a second, they immediately made the corresponding movements. The Poison Widow smiled evilly and said, "Sir, you are really smart. Then today I will let you experience my poison." Suddenly, the Poison Widow's right hand that was holding onto the spirit dragon whip turned dark black, and the poison crazily crawled towards the whip like ants, quickly climbing along the whip to the giant magma beast's body. In less than a few seconds, the giant magma beast's body began to turn black. Bright red numbers continued to float up from its head. 8,099 inch, 2,790, 10002. The consumption rate was extremely fast. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, and he said with a smile, "As expected, these demon beasts' magic defense is basically 0. If that's the case, Two Balls, let them come over. Poison Widow, poison them all. Big Beard, the puppet protects the Poison Widow well. Two Balls, don't let them attack us." The array changed. Two Balls and King Kong quickly retreated, and the giant magma beast also rushed forward crazily. Their movements were very simple, and their attacks were also very simple. They only knew how to use their fists, punch after punch, and basically had no intelligence. This should be the lowest level demon beasts in other planes. Only low-level demon beasts of the first step would have no intelligence. "Boss, can you do it? Watch carefully, you guys." Luo Tian grinned, and then suddenly shouted, "Magma raging fire, heaven burning lava!" Wang, in that instant, Luo Tian's body quickly turned into boiling magma. The magma blasted out, directly attacking the bodies of the 8 giant magma beasts. The magma instantly condensed, the poison of the Poison Widow was released, and Luo Tian flew above their heads. 10,000 thunder blast. Fall for me. Rumble, rumble, thunder and lightning wreaked havoc, and lightning swept down like a beam of light. Every single one of the giant magma beasts was writhing in agony. Bright red numbers kept floating above their heads, a long string of numbers. However, they had too much HP, so a single myriad thunderbolts couldn't kill them instantly. 10,000 thunder blast. 10,000 thunder blast. 10,000 thunder blast. They continued to bombard the area, wreaking havoc in a frenzy. Finally, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Giant Magma Beast for obtaining 100,000 experience, 100,000 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Heart of Magma. Holy SH*T. Isn't this experience 2F Asterisk King Little? Luo Tian's heart sank. There were only 100,000 experience points. It was indeed too little for him to level up. However, there were no other demonic beasts in the mysterious Sky Continent that could give him that much experience points. He had no choice but to kill them. 7 consecutive notifications sounded. The last giant magma beast was already on the verge of death. Luo Tian descended from the sky, stopped King Kong, who wanted to rush forward, and said, "Don't worry, we have to find this guy's weakness, otherwise, with our current speed, we won't be able to complete this mission in 10 days. Luo Tian walked forward and muttered in his heart, "Heart of magma, could their hearts be their weakness?" Then, Luo Tian punched towards the giant magma beast heart. "Thank you, Return of Love, Piao Hong, for your reward. Thank you, good brother. Every time the old cow is at its lowest point, you support me. Give me strength. Thank you. If we have the chance to meet, I will definitely treat you to a few drinks. A few bottles should be." Brothers with recommendation votes, please help me vote. I am extremely grateful. Chapter 761. He didn't use much strength in this punch. Boom. Bam! Crack! Crack! The sound of ice cracking came from the lava beast's body. The blue liquid in the lava heart was released, and with a strong force, it continuously collided with each other. Luo Tian frowned and suddenly said, "Retreat!" In that instant, Luo Tian shouted and kicked the lava beast away. It exploded in midair, like a huge blue firework exploding in the dark night sky. It was incomparably gorgeous, and it also lit up the plains. Those lava beasts all looked up at the sky. Awake! They all woke up. All the lava beast completely woke up at this moment. Their eyes flashed with a strong red light, and the blue liquid in their hearts flashed with fluorescent light. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! All the lava beasts began to move, taking a step forward. Their footsteps were like thunder. All the lava beasts were like an army of 1,000,000, uniformly walking towards Luo Tian and the others. Their speed slowly increased, and in the end, they directly charged forward. The sound of their footsteps shook the sky. "This is bad. Boss, we're finished this time. Too many. No matter how much we kill, even if we find the weakness of their hearts, we can't be a match for over 1,000,000 demon beasts. Big brother Luo Tian, what should we do?" Everyone's expression changed slightly as they walked behind Luo Tian and asked. Luo Tian looked at the sky. When the lava beast exploded just now, he had been paying attention to the sky. He realized that the power of the blue liquid was too strong, so strong that it was like the power of primordial spirit self-destruction. Thinking of this, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, and he laughed, muttering to himself, "I knew there would be a weakness. Even a supreme expert like Mystic Emperor would not be able to kill so many lava beasts in 10 days. Since the system has given out such a mission, there must be a way to complete it." Immediately after, Luo Tian's brows twitched, and he immediately said, "Follow my footsteps. Don't fall behind. You don't have to do anything, just watch." Since the lava heart had such a strong power, then, using this kind of power to kill these lava beasts couldn't be any better. Everyone was slightly stunned and somewhat puzzled. However, no one raised any doubts. They all looked at Luo Tian's back with firm eyes and clenched their fists. At this moment, Luo Tian leaned forward and said with a smile, "Obey!" Level 9 Berserk. Boom! Moonbreaker. Whoosh! The power of a level 8 profound god exploded out. Luo Tian added 2 streams of energy to his body and rushed out in an instant. In one hand, he held a lava core, and the blue liquid contained a powerful energy. King Kong was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Air Dan had already rushed forward to protect Luo Tian. At this time, the others also rushed out crazily. Rumble, rumble. His footsteps were like thunder. Luo Tian only had 10 people in the 1,000,000-strong army. 10 against 1,000,000. The difference in strength, was too great, too great. However, King Kong and the others did not have the slightest bit of fear, because with Luo Tian here, as long as Luo Tian was here, they did not have to be afraid of anything, even if they were to face a powerful rancor. Get ready! Luo Tian's 5 fingers moved abruptly and pierced directly into the lava core. The blue liquid began to swell, and power began to leak out in all directions. Luo Tian activated his Xian Qi and swung his right arm out heavily. Rumble! 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 The moment the heart of lava landed, it exploded like a flower. At this moment, ding! Ding, 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 the system beep sounded crazily. It was as if his eardrums were about to burst. Ha ha ha, this is the rhythm, this is the feeling. Wait for me to clear all these lava beasts. Then I will reach the 9th level of the mystic god realm. Luo Tian roared in his heart. He was still 2 levels away from the mystic emperor realm. No matter what, he had to break through within 3 months. He had to step into the Xian emperor realm, or else, even if he went to Broken Sky City, he wouldn't be able to save Li Shuer, nor would he be able to snatch back his woman. Moreover, in these 3 months, Morong Wanjian might also break through, and might even comprehend the true dragon vein to the great perfection realm. At that time, he would truly be incomparably powerful. He wanted to trample him to death. If he wanted to let him know the consequences of snatching a woman from his father, he had to be stronger than him. Furthermore, he had to be much stronger, dozens or even hundreds of times stronger. He had to step on Morong Wanjian in front of Zi Luolan. Kill! A series of notifications rang out, and Luo Tian's space ring was filled to the brim with lava heart. One in each hand, he threw it out crazily. Rumble! Rumble! Ah! The million-strong army was forcefully blocked by Luo Tian alone. Morong Bai was scared silly. Vajra was the same. He stood behind Luo Tian in a daze, watching the lava beast fall one after another, and muttered to himself, "My God, this is too sharp. It's even sharper than the small animals I killed in the mountains." Erdan giggled. The boss is the boss. He's always so handsome. He's just a little bit inferior to me. Ha ha ha. Cold Frost's brows twitched slightly. Looking at Luo Tian, her heart began to ache, and she thought to herself, "Have you walked through these 2 years like this? For the miss, you really don't even care about your life. Luo Tian, being able to become your woman is the happiest thing in my life. Even if I can't become your wife in the future, I'm willing to become your servant." Yunling Yun revealed a cute smile. "Big brother Luo Tian, you're the best." The poison widow smiled charmingly and said, "Sir, can you be so powerful in bed? This servant seems to know." Luo Tian continued to push forward. The lava beast continued to press forward. The first day, Luo Tian's arms were numb, and his hands were almost out of strength. Vajra came up several times to ask him to give it a try. How could Luo Tian agree? These were all experience points, and if he was killed by Vajra, he wouldn't get any. The second day, Luo Tian continued to kill. The lava beast was reduced by 1/3. The 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day until the 8th day, Luo Tian continued to kill, and didn't rest for even a second. The entire plain was filled with stones. When the lava beast died, the stones on its body would fall to the ground, forming a huge stone forest. The 9th day, Luo Tian was still killing with all his might, but these lava beasts had already been reduced to a few. I'm about to finish killing. It's definitely going to be an S-grade Heavenly Flame lottery. I like this lottery. Gathering all 108 Heavenly Flames and then waiting for Morong Wanjian to appear, I'll instantly kill him. Just thinking about it makes me excited, haha. Luo Tian couldn't help but become excited, requesting recommendation votes. Chapter 762. 10th day. Other than rocks, there was not a single lava giant beast to be found. According to the system notification, the quest should have been completed. However, the system did not sound out. Luo Tian was a little confused and thought to himself, What's going on? He opened the system to check and found that the time was still running. There were only 12 hours left before the time limit set by the system, and it would soon become 11 hours. This was life, this was all a score. If Luo Tian did not complete the quest within 11 hours, he would be killed. At that time, not to mention the S rank, he wouldn't even have a life. Boss, I've looked everywhere. There really isn't a single demon beast. Today is the 10th day. This place can be considered cleaned up. Boss, have you completed your mission? You can't really die, right? You should be scaring us. Dan panted as he landed. He had flown through the entire plains, and the dragon god's aura had covered 1,000,000 kilometers. He had not sensed a single demon beast's aura at all. King Kong, Murong Bai, and the others had also returned. They shook their heads and said, I didn't find it. Other than rocks, there is nothing else. Boss, did you make a mistake somewhere? We have already cleaned up this place and completed the mission. Yunling's face became anxious and said, Big brother Luo Tian, you're just scaring us, right? You won't die, right? Everyone looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Yes, I'm lying to you. He didn't want the people around him to worry. If the quest was not completed, he would really be wiped out by the system. This made Luo Tian a little frustrated, and this was the first time he had truly resisted the system in his heart. At the same time, he secretly thought that if he did not die today, he would definitely think of a way to repair his pubes. If others could cultivate, so could he. There was no need to rely on the system. Although the system leveled up quickly and could level up by killing people and monsters, Luo Tian always felt that he was being controlled by the system. Furthermore, where did the undefeatable system on his body come from? There was no way to explain it, even if he had the knowledge of 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, there were only online games, and there was no intelligent system that could be implanted into the brain, much less a system that could kill people and level up. Now that he couldn't complete the quest, the system would kill him. This made him feel that if he had the chance, he had to get rid of the system. However, he wasn't in the mood to think about this right now. The reason why he lied was because he didn't want them to worry. His divine sense and will continue to expand as he searched. Cold sweat seeped out of his palms. What exactly is the problem? Tick-tock, 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 time passed bit by bit. Luo Tian really couldn't find the reason. He looked around at the stone forest and whispered to himself, The lava giant beasts are all dead. Why don't they want to hear the notification? What went wrong? 1,000,000, no more, no less. I'm only 1% away from leveling up. Damn you, system. What the hell are you doing? Luo Tian cursed in an extremely bad mood. Drip, drip, time was still passing. King Kong and the others casually chatted. When Luo Tian said that it was fine, they were relieved. There's still 2 more months until the wedding of the true dragon and the female phoenix. At that time, we will follow the boss and kill him. We will turn the world upside down and call that son of a bitch, Murong Wanjian, to snatch our boss's woman. He must be tired of living. Dan said fiercely, wishing that he could immediately kill his way to Broken Sky City. Murong Bai frowned and said, Murong Wanjian is not that simple. There has been no news of him for such a long time. Furthermore, he often goes to other planes to train and cultivate the true dragon's bloodline power. On the day of his wedding, I'm afraid that his bloodline power will be cultivated to the perfection stage. At that time, the true dragon's bloodline power at the perfection stage is unimaginably strong. In addition to the dozens of Mystic Tharch and Supreme Realm experts, the Battle of Broken Sky City will be very difficult. Erden immediately became unhappy and said, Little White, what are you talking about? You are boosting the morale of others and diminishing our own morale. I believe in Boss. Boss is the strongest. When the time comes, he will definitely be able to trample Murong Wanjian to death. As for those Mystic Tharch and Supreme Realm experts, this handsome dragon will eat them all in one bite. I now realize that eating humans and eating people with strong cultivation can also increase my cultivation. Hee hee, King Kong immediately followed up and said, "That's right. Senior brother, I have never seen anyone stronger than Boss. Even the Mystic Tharch and Supreme Realm experts are not as strong as Boss. With Boss around, there will be no problem. If anyone dares to touch big sister-in-law, I, King Kong, will be the first to not let him go." Big Beard grinned and said, "I will be the second to not let him go. We will be the third." The few of them started to discuss playfully. Cold Frost couldn't help but walk to Luo Tian's side and said softly, "Young mistress once told me that Morong Wanjin's true dragon bloodline is one level higher than his female phoenix star bloodline. Furthermore, his talent and potential are indeed the best in tens of thousands of years. In addition, the Imperial Immortal Sect has given him all the cultivation resources. He will probably be able to break through to the Mystic Tharch realm in a short 2 months. You have to be careful. Furthermore, Murong Wanjian has more than 10 Mystic Tharch and Supreme Realm experts supporting him. This time, we're going to face the pinnacle of the entire profound sky continent. You have to be mentally prepared." Luo Tian nodded and didn't say anything. His gaze was always on these stones. Murong Wanjian was very strong. He knew it clearly in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to give Jiang Yi such a strong pressure. From the Jade Mountain city to here, the name Murong Wanjian had always been like a huge mountain pressing down on his heart. Thinking about the words that night, Luo Tian's heart couldn't help but burn with anger. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to touch his, Luo Tian's woman, there would only be one outcome: death. Even the Heavenly King would have to die. Luo Tian frowned and released a trace of cold killing intent. Cold Frost's expression changed slightly as she looked seriously at Luo Tian. She leaned on him lightly and said, "I know you are very tired. All these years, you have been working so hard for that vow. If young mistress saw how tired you are, she would definitely be very sad." Luo Tian smiled and was about to speak. His brows suddenly furrowed tightly. Luo Tian released the power of an 8th level mystic god and roared, "Danger! 2 balls, protect them! King Kong, little soldier, big beard, follow me!" I knew it. With millions of giant lava beasts, how could such a huge demonic beast army not have a single boss? I always wondered where the problem was, and now I finally know. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. Millions of giant lava beasts died. The scattered stones on their bodies crazily moved and slowly connected together, forming a super giant lava beast that was like a skyscraper. Boss, a super powerful boss, had appeared, requesting for recommendation votes. There are votes every day. Remember to vote after reading the book. Old Bull thanks you. Chapter 763. The speed was getting faster and faster. The surrounding stones were linked together crazily, constantly making colliding sounds. A lava beast was nearly 10 meters tall. What kind of concept was it to assemble 1,000,000 lava beasts together? One was an elephant, the other was an ant. Damn, what is this thing? It's too big, so big that I can't see the top. Boss, are you sure it's a monster? Why do I feel like it's the god here? Boss, what should we do? Everyone raised their heads and looked at the lava beast king that was slowly standing up from the ground. They couldn't even see the top of its body. It was truly a colossal existence that was sent into the black void. Its body carried the power of millions of lava beasts. It was too strong. It was ridiculously strong. Rumble, rumble. In the black void, a series of thunderclaps sounded. The entire plain began to tremble. Luo Tian frowned. He summoned the exterminating blade in his hand and directly entered the critical hit mode. The corner of his mouth curled up coldly, and his face revealed an excited expression. It's good that there's a boss. I'm afraid you don't have one. A second ago, Luo Tian's heart was still faintly fearful, because the time set by the system was still flowing, which meant that he had not completed the mission. If he did not complete it, he would only have 10 hours left to live. If he really could not complete it, he would be erased by the system. Now he was not worried. This Lava Beast King was a boss that was glowing with purple light, just like the light emitted by the undead emperor of the Heavenly Palace god race. The things that this boss dropped, Luo Tian said excitedly, "Brothers, wait for my order!" As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian released all his power and directly rushed towards the Lava Beast King. "Boss, be careful!" "Brother Luo Tian, you have to be careful." At this moment, everyone's mind was highly focused, and they all entered a battle state. Moon break. Ta. Whoosh! When he was still a few hundred meters away from the Lava Beast King, Luo Tian leaped up. His body shot straight into the sky like a rocket. F*CK, this guy is too big. It's ridiculously big. Fly. Flying nonstop. However, he could only see rocks. He could only see pieces of jet black rocks. It was like a huge mountain that he could not fly over. After more than a minute, Luo Tian finally saw the head of the giant Lava Beast King. A huge stone condensed, and its eyes flashed with crystal blue light. Its eyes were filled with endless power. Luo Tian was like a speck of dust beside him. He was too insignificant. F*CK. This amount of HP is too much. Luo Tian's heart sank, but he couldn't care so much and directly shouted, "Rank 9 Berserk, 9 Dragons, 9 Elephants, 9th Stage, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Bloodline Power, come out!" Critical slash. The extermination blade in his hand released the roar of Blade River Emperor. Luo Tian gripped the hilt of his saber with both hands and chopped down heavily. It slashed down from the Lava Beast King's head. Walala! 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 Sparks flew everywhere. Wherever the extermination blade went, there were sparks everywhere. It was really like a kitchen knife cutting through wires. Sparks and lightning were all the way. The scene was exactly the same. Luo Tian's hands were numb from the shock. Even with so much power, it only left a shallow mark on the Lava Beast King's body. The most ridiculous thing was that a bright red number floated above the Lava Beast King's head. Such a powerful force only caused 1 point of damage. Damn it, wasn't it too ridiculously strong? Even if a Mystic Third Supreme Expert was hit by this saber, the damage would be at least 1 million. However, this demonic beast only caused 1 point of damage. This was simply an insult, a great insult. Since Luo Tian transmigrated until now, no matter how strong the demonic beast or how strong the person was, he had never caused such a low damage. F*CK. Might as well give it a miss. Luo Tian was very unhappy. He smiled bitterly. It seems like I still have to use magic attacks? Its physical defense was too strong. There was no way to kill it. His strength was considered the pinnacle here. If he couldn't kill it, there was no need to talk about the others. Boss, be careful. All of a sudden, Air Dan let out a loud roar. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. He felt a piercing sound coming from the sky. The speed was very fast and the power was very strong. He looked up slightly. Cold sweat seeped out of his back. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The rocks falling from the sky were like meteorites crashing down. There was a long trail of flames. These flames were caused by friction. It was too fierce. If he was hit, even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. Luo Tian immediately shouted, "Shifting forms flash!" Swish! He instantly dodged and dodged a huge rock. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Right at this moment, the Lava Beast King actually spoke. "Lowly human, go to hell." Its voice was very deep. "Boom, boom, boom. Run," Luo Tian shouted. He increased his speed to the maximum and frantically escaped. The sky was lit up. A large number of meteors fell down. The Lava Titan King could actually summon meteors from outer space. This was completely different from the meteor array that Luo Tian had created. The Lava Titan King's meteors were drawn from outer space through Luo Tian's own power. They were countless times stronger than the meteors summoned by the meteor array. There was simply no comparison. Moreover, Luo Tian's meteorite formation could only summon a small piece of meteorite. The meteorite released by this guy was as big as a mountain. It was extremely frightening, and if it hit him, he would definitely die. Everyone's faces instantly turned pale from fright. What kind of guy is this? Is there such a powerful demon beast in the profound sky continent? He can actually speak, and his eyes are filled with contempt for us. Damn it, I feel very unhappy when I see this kind of gaze. Erden said, unwillingly. The surrounding people dodged 4 times. King Kong said anxiously, second brother, feel like running. Look above your head. Luo Tian also shouted loudly, run, the power of these meteorites is too strong. Your body might not be able to withstand it. This lava beast king was not a creature from the profound sky continent at all. It must be a demon beast from a higher plane. It was possible that it was a demon beast from the ancient world, but it was too strong. Luo Tian's heart became excited. The outside world was indeed very exciting. Such a powerful demon beast was probably still a low-level demon beast in other higher planes, right? The 10 of them fled in a sorry state. The meteorite fell and splashed into ashes. The shock wave was like a huge wave that shot out crazily. The entire plane was devastated. The scene was even crazier than the end of the world, and the scene was even more tragic. Too fierce. However, Luo Tian became even more excited and grinned. I'm going to explode it. The update has begun. Please recommend it. Chapter 764. The stronger it was, the more excited it was. Looking at the lava giant Beast King's body emitting a purple light, Luo Tian couldn't help but become excited. However, excitement was excitement, but he was still running away like a rat. It was the same for the people around him. Little White, to your left. Rumble. Boss, there's a huge rock coming from behind you. Damn, what the hell is going on? I've seen rain, snow, and hail, but I've never seen a rock fall. This is asking for our lives. Boss, what is this guy going to do? I'm already annoyed by it, and it even looks down on us. We're being played by it like a ball. Just thinking about it makes me angry. It kept jumping. Dodge. Luo Tian was also thinking of a countermeasure. Physical attacks are useless. I can only use magic attacks, but this guy's HP is too high. I can't kill him in a short period of time. I only have less than 10 hours. If I can't kill him in 10 hours, I will be erased by the system. There's no way to waste time. I can only fight with all my might. That's the only path left for us. He made up his mind. Luo Tian immediately said, Poison Widow, release your strongest poison. 2 balls, protect her well. I'll deal with this guy alone. Morong Bai said with dull eyes. You're going to fight him alone? Do you want to die? This guy is at least at the Mystic Emperor realm. How can you beat him? Don't be stupid. Boss, hurry up and think of a way to leave this place. The bearded man also said, Little White is right. This guy isn't a demonic beast from the profound sky continent. This place is too strange. There's actually such a powerful demonic beast. This isn't something we can deal with. Boss, let's leave quickly. King Kong said naively, Boss, if we don't kill him, you'll die, right? Yun Ling and Yun Yi looked at Luo Tian in unison, blinked their big eyes, and said with tears, Big brother Luo Tian, it can't be true, right? Cold Frost looked at Luo Tian and didn't say anything. At this moment, the Poison Widow's body was like a phantom. In the darkness of the night, she was like a venomous scorpion. Her body was suffused with a green light, and waves of energy burst out. Her entire body was filled with the dense smell of venom. She didn't say anything. She only needed to listen to Luo Tian. In an instant, the poisonous widow dodged one meteorite after another in the air, getting closer and closer to the giant lava beast king. She looked back at Luo Tian in the distance and smiled evilly, saying, Sir, after we get out, let's have some fun together. He was always so devilish. It was always so tempting. She was always so unrestrained and coquettish, All for Luo Tian. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately roared, Erden, protect her! Roar! Erden's body shot out like a bolt of golden lightning. Humph! Is this all you've got? Do you want to poison me? The lava behemoth coldly snorted as a look of disdain appeared on its wooden face. Its eyes moved as it stared at the poison widow and suddenly moved its arm. Whoosh! A large part of the void was cut open. The spatial enchantment of the profound sky continent could not withstand his power at all. Space distorted, and it would take a long time for him to recover. His strength was like the sea, and his speed was like lightning. Too fast, too fierce. Luo Tian's heart was in his throat. He held his breath and did not dare to speak. The poison widow did not hide at all. She was a person who was good at observation. From the moment Luo Tian said that he would die if he did not clean up the giant lava beast king within 10 days, she knew that Luo Tian was not lying. If she could not kill the giant lava beast king in the remaining 10 hours, Luo Tian would die. Even though she didn't know why, but she chose to risk her life. There was no defense. Without slowing down, he continued to rush forward. 2 balls! Luo Tian suddenly shouted. 2 balls' body glowed with a golden light. With a dragon's roar, he said solemnly, Understood! His speed was even faster. He directly blocked in front of the poison widow, forcefully blocking the attack of the giant lava beast king. His body sank, and the sound of bones breaking came out from his body. 2 balls' body immediately fell from the sky. The poison widow did not hesitate. The moment 2 balls blocked the attack, she had already landed in front of the giant lava beast king. She laughed coldly and said, Poison sea, come out! Gulp! Gulp! A large amount of venom suddenly fell from the dark sky. The venom released from the poison widow's body. All of them landed on the giant lava beast king's body and seeped into its stone body, continuously corroding it. Waves of green smoke rose from the giant lava beast king's body. Its body became boiling hot, and its expression changed. The lava beast king roared, Die! The other arm struck out heavily. This was a furious attack, and its power was even more violent than before. At this moment, after the poison widow released all of the venom, her body became weightless. Her eyes gently closed, and she fell from the sky. Ah! Vajra let out a mournful roar, and a trace of power in his body was activated. His heart flashed with a red light, and his body drew a red line, directly catching the poisonous widow who was falling from the sky. He then threw it. Cold frost rushed out and caught the poison widow. Dainyu, be careful! King Kong, the giant lava beast king's incomparably huge fist descended. King Kong slightly raised his eyes, his arms suddenly sank, and his back was heavily pushed up. The clothes on his back were torn, and a row of long bone spurs grew out of his back, and an extremely sharp bone spur grew out of his spine. Ah! King Kong roared again, Come on! Rumble! The giant lava beast king's fist fell. The ground caved in. Layers of air waves were stirred up, and the ground cracked. Everything in the surroundings was deathly silent. King Kong! Cluck, 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 cluck. A series of ear-piercing sounds of glass cracking could be heard. The lava beast king's expression changed slightly. His gaze tensed up slightly as he said solemnly, You are. Bam! The giant lava beast king pulled out his fist. King Kong's mouth was bleeding and his face was pale. He shouted from the deep pit, I'm fine. Uffed! A large mouthful of black blood sprayed out. Under the skin of his arms, bone spikes protruded out. King Kong clenched his teeth, his entire body in pain, but he endured it with all his might. He looked up at the incomparably huge giant lava beast king and said, I won't let you take away anyone by my side, I swear! At this moment, Luo Tian descended from the sky, his entire body releasing scalding lava. Go to hell! The giant lava beast king stared at King Kong, still thinking about something. His face was filled with shock and even some fear, a kind of fear that came from the depths of his heart. His eyes moved as he looked at Luo Tian and said disdainfully, "You, a human, scram to the side." The lava on Luo Tian's body exploded. Magma, raging fire, great perfection realm, burning heaven. Looking for more recommendation tickets? There's a new chapter tonight. Chapter 765. Magma poured down from the sky. It was like bright red molten iron falling from the sky, forming a sea of magma. The ultimate mystery of magma, burning the sky. Luo Tian turned his entire body into boiling magma and activated it with 300 million Xian Qi value. He released the greatest energy of the magma and formed the current burning magma sea. He poured it directly from the lava beast king's head. Walala! 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 The magma was like water, spewing down quickly. Bright red numbers kept appearing above the lava beast king's head. The speed was very fast, and its HP was also decreasing rapidly. However, its HP was too thick. Even at this rate, it could not be depleted in 10 hours. At that time, Luo Tian would still be the one to die. The lava beast king was also angry. Its voice was extremely irritable. Lowly lower plane, lowly human race. What can this technique do to me? Even if I stand here and let you kill me, you can't kill me. I am the Stone King from the upper world. Wahaha! The lava beast king's body shook violently, and the stones on its body began to fall crazily. Disintegrate. F*CK. It can be fused and disintegrated. F*CKU. Luo Tian cursed in his heart, then said, "Morong Bai, smash all the stones that fell from this guy. I want to see how far he can disintegrate. Let's see if you can still fuse together after smashing these stones into powder." He checked the Xian Qi value. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "Whether I can succeed or not depends on this. I don't have time to play with him at this rate. I can only fight with my life on the line." There was too much HP and the consumption was too slow. He had to find a new way. The angry lava beast king was also constantly pounding the magma on its body with both fists. Every time, a large amount of magma splashed out. Its tone was extremely disdainful. "The magma is also your body. I want to see how many times you can withstand my attacks. I want to see if you die first, or I die first. You lowly humans, ha ha ha, bang! Bang! Walala! Just as the lava beast king had said. The lava was Luo Tian's body. Each of the lava beast king's attacks hit Luo Tian hard. Luo Tian was in great pain, but at this time he had no other choice. He could only endure it, and he did it as if his life depended on it. 800 million profound Qi value. Get out. Luo Tian's profound Qi value was only around 1 billion. Just now he released 300 million, and this time he released all the profound Qi in his body. Just like before, he still urged the magma to burn, causing the magma to gush out even more crazily. It was like a tide of lava. It kept flowing on the lava beast king. The magma behemoth was also crazily attacking himself. He was slightly shocked, but he still said disdainfully, "It doesn't matter how much magma you have. You can't kill me at all. How can a lowly creature like you kill me? Can't kill him? I'd like to see how long you can be so stubborn." Luo Tian shouted angrily. The magma covered the entire body of the lava beast king, and the lava beast king became a huge magma rock. It danced with all its might. It slapped. The magma splattered everywhere. In the dark void, it was like fireworks shooting out explosively. Luo Tian could not bear it. It was rather unbearable. He used all the energy in his body to urge the magma to burn, pushing this set of cultivation technique to the extreme. He had to bear it in order to level up, in order to step on Murong Wanjian in Duantian City, to make those mystic Tharch supreme experts tremble under his feet, to make them kneel in front of him and sing in unison. Hence, Luo Tian was fighting with all his might. Boss, Luo Tian. Everyone's heart tightened even more. Seeing Luo Tian like this, their hearts were in suspense again. They didn't know what to say. There was a voice in their hearts. Become stronger, and become stronger again. This way, you can share more of the burden with Luo Tian. You don't have to risk your life. Only then can you accompany Luo Tian to go further. Everyone looked at the huge fireball-like lava beast king and the magma flowing on his body. They didn't know what to do. This feeling was very uncomfortable. King Kong climbed up from the pit. His entire body was like a hedgehog covered with sharp bone spikes. Actually, these weren't bone spikes. These were just a unique characteristic of a mysterious race. The Lava Beast King had never seen it before. He had only heard of it. Hence, when he saw the bone spikes on King Kong's back, fear arose in his heart. King Kong took a step forward. His face was as pale as paper. He shouted in a deep voice, "If you dare to touch my boss, I will definitely tear you into 108,000 pieces." Extremely arrogant and domineering, the bone spikes on his body also flashed with a cold light. At this moment, the Lava Beast King was not afraid. He sneered and said, "It's really surprising to see the mysterious Bone Clan in the Tianshan continent. However, since it's the Tianshan continent, then no one can stop me. All of you die." A huge impact force erupted from the Lava Beast King's body, and the blue liquid in his heart was spurting out. All of a sudden, Luo Tian's eyes sank. In his mind, he clenched his fists tightly. As soon as he withdrew his strength, the magma tightened like a rope. At this moment, he shouted at Cold Frost, "Use your frost sword. Release all the ice techniques you cultivate and attack him. Cool down. At an extremely high temperature and then cool down. In this case, it could cause a one-hit kill. Even something as hard as steel would shatter into powder." This was Luo Tian's plan. The magma and fire released by the 1 billion Xian Qi value trapped the giant magma beast king tightly. Then, Lung Han's Huang used the power of ice to attack. The magma quickly cooled down and killed the giant magma beast king. Cold Frost's face sank and said, "You will die too." Luo Tian looked at Cold Frost and said, "Believe me, I will be fine. Use all your ice power to attack it. I will not die. Don't be long-winded. Do as I say. Morong Bai, Big Beard, protect her." There was no time to hesitate. If he hesitated any longer, Luo Tian would really die. Morong Bai looked at Big Beard and nodded, and said, "Miss Lung, listen to the boss." Immediately, the two of them were like two whirlwinds protecting Cold Frost on the left and right. Cold Frost stopped crying and looked at the Lava Beast King coldly. The frost sword in her hand flashed with a cold light. The cold light was quickly released, and a thin layer of snowflakes condensed in her hand. The Lava Beast King was resisting and constantly attacking. Morong Bai and Big Beard completely blocked it and were seriously injured. Cold Frost jumped heavily into the air, and the frost sword in her hand slashed down with a chill that filled the sky. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. "Die for me! Brothers, don't forget to recommend me. Thank you. Good night." Chapter 766. Frost filled the sky. It was extremely cold. The hot magma quickly condensed when it came into contact with the cold frost. At this moment, a series of bright red numbers floated above the Lava Beast King's head. "Not enough." Again, "Everyone protect Cold Frost." Luo Tian roared. This kind of damage was indeed terrifying, but he couldn't give the Lava Beast King any chance. Once he broke free, it would be impossible to kill him. Moreover, Luo Tian released all his profound qi, and there was no more profound qi to support any cultivation method. If he didn't die this time, he would die. Time was running out. If he didn't kill the Lava Beast King again, Luo Tian would definitely be erased by the system. He was gambling. He was gambling with his life. One hot, one cold. The Lava Beast King's body quickly condensed with a huge force. His face was slightly flustered and he struggled crazily. The blue heart of the Lava Beast King's heart erupted with a series of huge energy. Lowly, low-level creature, die for me. A fist covered with lava blasted towards Cold Frost. He knew very well that Luo Tian's magma couldn't kill him in a short time. He even had the confidence to kill Luo Tian within half an hour. However, Cold Frost released a Cold Frost aura that made his body quickly solidify. In this way, his body would be frozen in an instant and eventually shattered into powder. This was what he was worried about. So, he had to get rid of Cold Frost. A punch came down like a meteor across the night sky. King Kong stepped on the ground with his right foot and leaped into the sky, roaring, "I'll do it!" Boom! Flames splashed everywhere, and hot magma sputtered everywhere. King Kong used his own body to block this blow, and his body was like a kite with a broken string, flying dozens of kilometers away. Let's see how many times you can block it. The Lava Beast King raised his fist again and blasted it again. The bearded man went up. "I'll do it." Boom! The bearded man was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and was also sent flying. Haha, what a bunch of trash. Do you think you can stop me? The lava beast was extremely arrogant. It punched out again and said in rage, "Come and block me again." Yunling and Yun looked at each other and said together, "Let's do it!" Before them, Morongbai rushed forward and said with a smile, "I'm here. It's not time for you to attack yet. Big Stone Golem, I'll stop you." Boom! Morongbai was also sent flying. It was unstoppable. The power of the Lava Beast King was too strong. It was so strong that it could not be resisted. This kind of demon beast that came from a higher plane was not bound by any laws in a lower plane. It was abnormally strong. Boom! Yunling and Yun were also sent flying. It was a complete defeat. Although none of them died, they had basically lost their ability to fight. It was already quite difficult to resist the Lava Beast King's punch. They fell to the ground and tried to stand up, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not. Big Beard's injury was the most serious, and he fainted directly. King Kong gritted his teeth and roared. "Ah!" He got up from the ground and took 2 steps. The Lava Beast King snorted and said, "So what if you're from the mysterious Bone Clan? In this lower plane, I'm the king. No matter what kind of mysterious race you are, you can forget about making any waves here. Just lie down." Boom! A huge pressure came and directly pressed down on King Kong, who had just stood up from the ground. His body was directly pressed into the ground. It was as if there was a force pressing down on King Kong's head, pressing him firmly into the ground. Roar! Dan's eyes were wide open. There were already a few dragon bones in his body that were broken. He saw everyone being sent flying. Some were unconscious, some were vomiting blood. In the end, only Cold Frost was left standing in the air alone. He let out a dragon roar. His body rose into the air and directly blocked. Humph! The Tian Shin continent is really strange. There are the Bone Clan and even the descendants of the Dragon God. I didn't expect this plane to have so many races that only exist in higher planes. However, in front of me, the Lava Beast King, you young descendants of the Dragon God and the Young Bone Clan are like ants. Die! The Lava Beast King punched down. Dan clenched his teeth and held on. Bang! Huh. You can still hold on? Ha ha ha. Let's see how many more punches you can take. The Lava Beast King punched again. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere. The golden dragon scales on Dan's body also flew out. The sky was filled with golden light. Dan's body still did not move. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He still held on with all his might. He looked at Cold Frost and said, "Sister-in-law, I can still hold on. Continue, don't worry about me." From the first punch, Cold Frost had not hurt it. She kept releasing the cold air from her body. It had already reached her chest. Everything below her chest was frozen. Unable to move, the Lava Beast King also became more and more panicked and became more and more manic. Both fists bombarded down like rain. Luo Tian's heart sank again and again. He did not expect the mission to enter the Earth's core tower to be so difficult. Not to mention the time limit. There was also the possibility of being obliterated. The most important thing was that his brothers, his women, all of their lives were threatened for him. He felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart and roared, "Grandson, if you have the guts, come at me!" Are you afraid now? Your life is dropping rapidly. Touch my women, touch my brothers. I will make you pay with your life. Cold Frost, don't worry about me. Release it all. Cold Frost had some misgivings. She was very clear that under the high temperature and rapid cooling, Luo Tian would be like the Lava Beast King, instantly shattering into powder. However, she had no other choice. She gritted her teeth and screamed, "Ah!" as if she was venting. The cold air all over the sky fell. It directly covered the remaining part of the Lava Beast King's body. The magma was rapidly condensing at an astonishing speed. "You despicable and shameless humans!" The Lava Beast King roared. The magma poured into its mouth and condensed in an instant. Luo Tian did not make a sound. "Explode for me!" "Two balls!" "Give him a blow!" Two balls risked his life and swung his tail fiercely. Bam! At this moment, everyone looked at the incomparably huge Lava Beast King, watching him shatter bit by bit, and their hearts were hanging in the air. "Boss, you must be fine." "Walala! Walala!" The Lava Beast King's body continued to shatter and roll down. There was no sign of life. Luo Tian was the same. However, the moment his life point was exhausted, a prompt sounded out from his body. Ding! He didn't ask for anything. Chapter 767. Ding! Win. Luo Tian said calmly, "I won the bet." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lava Giant Beast King, for obtaining 1 million experience. 1 million profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the heart of the Lava Giant Beast King. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Prison Flame. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound God Stage 9. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the mission of cleaning up the Lava Giant Beast. Mission scoring begins. A page appeared in Luo Tian's mind, constantly refreshing all kinds of data. His heart couldn't help but become nervous. This was related to the rewards of the Strange Fire Lottery. If he couldn't reach the S rank, he wouldn't be able to get the rewards of the Great Lottery. At this time, the rating was extremely important. Bam! Killed 1 million Lava Giant Beast, rating SSS. Damn, 3S ratings. So awesome? My mother definitely doesn't know. Luo Tian's heart instantly became excited. Seeing the 3 S's, he was instantly dumbfounded. This kind of rating only existed in legends. He actually completed it. Too valiant. Just as Luo Tian was about to summon Mao Zedong to show off his skills, the data on the page was still constantly refreshing. Luo Tian couldn't help but wonder, isn't the rating over? Why is there still a rating? Could it be that you're giving me more rewards? Wow. System bro, you're too wise, ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed out loud in his heart. Bam. Killed Lava Giant Beast King, rating B. Holy SH asterisk T. Luo Tian was instantly unhappy. What do you mean by B? I've been risking my life and almost died. Why is it still B? System. Can't you be a little more shameless? Can't you be a little more fair? He tried his best to kill the Lava Giant Beast King and almost died. If not for the fact that all of his attributes had been restored, Luo Tian would have definitely died. Luo Tian was a little angry that he had only gotten AB grade in the end. But when he thought about it again, Luo Tian thought to himself, It seems like the system's score is related to King Kong and the others' injuries, cold frost's frost breath, and the poison widow's sea of poison. But without their help, how am I supposed to kill such an overpowered boss by myself? It's completely impossible. He thought of King Kong and the others. Luo Tian couldn't help but clench his fists. I'm still not strong enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been injured. Become stronger. I must become stronger. I don't believe that I can't stand at the top of this world and trample everything under my feet. Whoever dares to touch my people, I can crush him with one hand. This was Luo Tian's goal. Luo Tian collected his thoughts and returned to the rating page. He couldn't help but ask, an SSS rating and AB rating. What do we do now? Pung. Overall rating. S. Phew. Luo Tian's heart relaxed. He let out a heavy breath and said, Luckily, I still got an S rating. If I'm still alive, all of this would have been for nothing. You scared me to death. This time, I won't be able to escape from the big draw, right? Thinking about the heavenly flame big draw, Luo Tian's eyebrows slightly tightened. Heavenly flame? It seems like the lava beast king dropped one. Luo Tian kept thinking about the heavenly flame big draw. He didn't care much about what the lava beast king dropped. He only seemed to have heard the two words, prison flame. From what Luo Tian knew, monsters shouldn't drop Xiao Yan's world's heavenly flame. After all, it was a different time. It was impossible for Xiao Yan's heavenly flame to drop. Luo Tian opened the system to check. Seeing a blue flame in the big space ring, he was stunned. Prison flame, a type of heavenly flame. What the F asterisk CK? It really dropped? How is it possible? Luo Tian couldn't react for a moment. Happiness came too suddenly. He couldn't react at all. A heavenly flame actually dropped. What kind of situation was this? It was too unexpected. Can a heavenly flame also drop? Prison flame in battle break the heavens was a kind of flame in the depths of the earth. Luo Tian's place, if he didn't guess wrong, should be in the Earth Core Tower, which was also the depths of the Tianxian continent's Earth Core. There were some similarities, but he felt that something was wrong. It's obviously something from two different worlds. How can a world that doesn't exist have the same Earth Core? Could it be the world Xiao Yan is in really exists? If my strength is strong enough, can I also step into the battle world where he is in? Fight with Xiao Yan? Isn't this too much of a joke? Phew! Luo Tian let out a heavy breath. As for whether that day would come, he didn't know. He didn't have the heart to think so much now. If such a day really came, he would do his best to fight with Xiao Yan. Even if he died, it would be worth it. Cultivate. Luo Tian's mind moved, and the prison flame in the space ring disappeared. It directly landed behind the purifying demonic lotus flame and quietly lay there. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining an S rank rating, triggering the Heavenly Flame lottery reward. Do you wish to start the lottery? Luo Tian said happily. Start, of course, I'm going to start. Wang, the rating page in his mind disappeared, and a large lottery wheel appeared. It was a huge wheel, completely different from the lottery that appeared on the path of the Sky God clan. This was all heavenly flame, other than the heavenly flame that Luo Tian obtained. All 105 heavenly flames were here. The real heavenly flame lottery. Wow, this is going to make me the second Yen Emperor. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart. Looking at these heavenly flames, an extremely arrogant, domineering aura rose in his heart. Morong Wanjian, just you wait. Just these heavenly flames will make him lie down and become a dead dog. Suddenly, Luo Tian's heart moved. There's still 2.5 months' time. If I can gather all the heavenly flames in this period of time, then asterisk, 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 I'll ask, who else is not convinced? In the Broken Sky City, in front of all the supreme experts of the Mystic Emperor, knocking them down one by one, stepping on their faces and asking, "Are you King convinced or not? What kind of thing was this? I have to do it. If I'm going to show off, then I'll show off to the best of my ability. I'll let those high and mighty experts take a good look at me. I'll let Violet open her dog eyes and take a good look." Luo Tian was extremely arrogant. At the same time, ding! "Do you wish to start the lottery?" Luo Tian looked up at the sky. "God bless me. Let me draw the strongest heavenly flame, Emperor Flame." Chapter 768. Activate. With a single order, the large wheel began to spin. The spinning speed became faster and faster. One after another, the deviant flames stopped, jumped, stopped, and jumped. It felt like bungee jumping. His mood was so bad that he wanted to die. Luo Tian's heart was also extremely nervous. God bless me. He was not in the mood to continue watching. He was too nervous. In the end, Luo Tian directly closed his eyes. In any case, he could not decide on the lottery, so he could only rely on the heavens. 10 seconds later, ding! The system sounded out. Luo Tian's heart tightened, and he slowly opened his fists. It was not the Emperor Flame, nor was it the Void Fire. Luo Tian muttered, "Damn, how can you not love me?" Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 9 Dragon Thunder Fire. Do you want to cultivate it? The moment Luo Tian drew it, the 9 Dragon Thunder Fire disappeared from the large wheel. There were only 104 deviant flames left in the wheel. The 9 Dragon Thunder Fire was the 4th deviant flame that Luo Tian had obtained. Although it wasn't the strongest deviant flame, it was still one of the top deviant flames and was extremely powerful. Luo Tian moved and ordered, "Cultivate!" Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating the 4th deviant flame, the 9 Dragon Thunder Fire! Buzz! A buzzing sound rang out in Luo Tian's mind as another mysterious flame appeared after the prison flame. Luo Tian rejoiced in his heart and said, "The 4th mysterious flame is now in my hands. I'm still missing 104 mysterious flames. Morong Wanjian, you better wash your butt clean and wait for me. Wait for me to make your true dragon bloodline explode out of you." Suddenly, Luo Tian was looking forward to the time in Broken Sky City 2.5 months later. No matter what schemes those profound Emperor Realm experts had, no matter how many experts were backing Morong Wanjian up, Luo Tian would knock them down one by one. No one was an exception. Shortly after, Luo Tian collected his thoughts and landed next to Two Balls like lightning. Seeing the wounds all over Two Balls' body, his heart sank. Regeneration skill, regeneration skill, regeneration skill. Two Balls recovered some vitality. Luo Tian landed next to the Poison Widow and cast a few regeneration spells. Cold Frost, Yunling, Yun Yi Morong Bai, Big Beard, King Kong, one by one they healed. Looking at the injuries on their bodies, Luo Tian felt very uncomfortable. It was all his fault. Luo Tian should not have brought them down to suffer and almost killed them. At this moment, Luo Tian made a decision. 2 hours later, after Luo Tian's continuous treatment, these people's injuries were finally under control and were slowly recovering. They immediately sat down, cross-legged, to meditate. Using the power of his physical body, he began to recover rapidly. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Everyone's faces had also become rosy. Even so, Luo Tian was very clear in his heart that these people's injuries were still very heavy. He did not know what they would encounter in the future, so Luo Tian did not want them to take any more risks with him. Luo Tian chuckled and said, "Haha, I've almost recovered. Thank you all for this time. Let's go back. Don't come to this damned place again. We almost died here." Erdan laughed and said smugly, "With me here, no one will be in trouble. I am the most handsome in the Dragon God clan, the handsome dragon that charms thousands of girls. King Kong's body returned to its original state, and he also laughed. Second brother's body is very strong to be able to block so many punches. I can't block them, but the most powerful one is still the boss. With the boss here, nothing will be a problem, hee hee. Morong Bai also started to show off. It's a pity that my heroic appearance was not seen by some girls. Otherwise, they would definitely scream for me. This handsome brother will definitely take them all into my harem. King Kong joked. Senior brother, do you want a village girl? She's not old, about 40 or 50 years old. They will definitely like you. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. They all laughed happily. Luo Tian looked at them laughing, and the decision in his heart became more and more firm. He thought to himself, no matter what, I can't let them take risks for me. This is my own matter. I can't let them die for me. The road ahead will definitely be more difficult. I, Luo Tian, will go on alone even if I have to risk my life. Whether it was his brothers or his women, Luo Tian did not want yesterday's incident to happen again. Seeing them fall down one by one with serious injuries, Luo Tian's heart was in pain. It was an indescribable pain. At that time, he had bound the Lava Beast King tightly and watched them die. This feeling was too much. The road ahead was still very long. He would still encounter all kinds of dangers and difficulties. Duan Tian City in front of him was a huge crisis. Luo Tian would not let yesterday's incident happen again. Then, Luo Tian moved and ordered, "Open the teleportation gate!" Ding! Hint! Player only has one chance to open the teleportation gate to resupply. Please consider carefully. No need to consider. Open the teleportation gate. Ding! Open the teleportation gate. Luo Tian did not hesitate and immediately ordered the system to open the teleportation gate. This was his only chance and also his only chance to escape from the Earth's core pagoda. Other than this chance, if Luo Tian wanted to leave again, he would have to open the entire Earth's core pagoda, or else he would either die or be trapped here forever. And he only had 2.5 months' time. In this short period of time, he still had 17 floors to go. The Earth's core pagoda was divided into 18 floors. Every level was different. He had spent 11 days just to pass the first level, and there were still 17 levels left. Moreover, every level was getting harder and harder. Wanting to pass through quickly was harder than ascending to the heavens. No matter how difficult it was, Luo Tian wanted to fight it by himself. This was Luo Tian. Then, a teleportation gate appeared beside Luo Tian, and on the other side of the teleportation gate was the Hua Shan Hall. Luo Tian laughed, "Haha, we can finally get out. We don't have to stay in this damned place anymore. Everyone, hurry up, don't waste time. Who knows if that lava giant beast king has any companions? If another female comes, then we're all going to die here." Luo Tian joked. They all stood up and walked into the teleportation array one by one with a smile on their faces. He didn't care about Luo Tian at all. Luo Tian was the absolute movie emperor. His acting skills had surpassed his current cultivation level. If he were to act, no one would be able to see through him. Even the most meticulous poison widow, Cold Frost, and the other two did not notice anything different about Luo Tian. When the last person walked into the teleportation array, Luo Tian stood at the entrance of the teleportation array, smiled lightly, waved at them, and said solemnly, "If I don't come out within 2.5 months, then hide as far away as you can. Don't go to Broken Sky City. Don't go." Following that, Luo Tian moved close the teleportation array. Everyone stood there dumbstruck. By the time they reacted and rushed towards the teleportation gate, the teleportation array had already disappeared. Thank you to Open. Thank you for the huge wave of 88 renminbi tips. Old Bull is extremely grateful. Chapter 769. My path, I will carry it alone. The road ahead would get harder and harder, and Luo Tian had to continue walking, because this was his only chance. If he couldn't break through to the highest realm of the Mystic Arch, He wouldn't be able to fulfill his promise in Duantian City. He wouldn't be able to step on Murong Wanjian and use his strength to give Zi Luolan a slap. The demonic beast experience in the Earth Core Tower was the highest in the profound sky continent. With Luo Tian's current realm, it was useless even if he entered the Great Desolation Realm. The demonic beast experience inside was definitely not as good as the Earth Core Tower. If he wanted to level up, he had to kill more demonic beasts. There was no other way. The Earth Core Tower was also his only way. However, the first level of the Earth Core Tower was already so dangerous. They almost all died in the hands of the Lava Beast King. What would happen if Dopey, Vajra, Cold Frost, and the others followed him? Luo Tian didn't dare to make any guarantees. He also didn't have enough strength to protect them. Since that was the case, he would send them out of here. Luo Tian would carry the rest of the journey alone. This was Luo Tian. He was a man who liked to carry everything on his shoulders. Luo Tian moved his mind and ordered, "Open the second level!" Ding! Are you sure you want to activate the second level of the Earth Core Tower? Yes. Luo Tian took a deep breath and didn't hesitate. The Earth Core Tower had a total of 18 levels. As long as he passed through all 18 levels, he would be considered to have completed the first mission of Save the Profound Sky Continent. That meant he would be able to obtain the first reward. What was next? Luo Tian wasn't sure either. He didn't have the time to think so much now. His current goal was to destroy the Earth Core Tower and gather all the heavenly flames on the Heavenly Flame ranking. Then he would descend to Duantian City and release the heavenly flames together, directly blasting Murong Wanjian to the ground. It was that simple. This was what he wanted to do. Ding! The second level of the Earth Core Tower has opened. Along with the system's voice, the surrounding plains instantly changed. There was a whistling sound. Luo Tian's vision went black. It was as if he had entered another space. When he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by a world of blades. The second floor of the Earth's Core Tower, Saber Tomb. There were sabers all around, all kinds of sabers of different sizes and colors. In the deepest part, there was a huge mountain of sabers. The mountain of sabers stood tall in the black void. Its peak could not be seen. No one knew where it extended to. Huff, huff! Luo Tian took a deep breath and summoned annihilation. Buzz! Roar! The saber buzzed, followed by Blade River Emperor's roar. Around Luo Tian, the swords inserted into the ground trembled slightly, and a gust of wind was stirred up from the depths of the ground. When the wind blew onto Luo Tian's face, it was as if a knife was cutting it. It was very painful. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the Sword Tomb quest. Find the Saber Soul. Mission duration, 5 days. If you fail the quest, you will be killed. Score of S rank, 1 chance at the Heavenly Flame Lottery. The system sounded out a few ice-cold prompts. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "It seems like you really want to kill me. If you fail the quest, you will be erased. System, oh system, am I too handsome or too handsome? Handsome enough to make you jealous?" Luo Tian joked. A quest was a quest, and he had to complete it. In the future, when he had the ability to get rid of the system, this was also a matter of the future. What he needed to do now was to destroy the Earth's Core Tower. Activate the quest, Luo Tian said. Ding! Are you sure? Yes. Luo Tian held onto the annihilation in his hand, released his divine sense, and carefully prepared himself. Buzz. Quest activated. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom! 10,000 blades rang out in unison, and the surrounding aura instantly changed. It was as if this blade had a soul, and all of them began to tremble violently, making clanging sounds. Especially the blade mountain over there, it released an incomparably sharp blade aura. Luo Tian raised his blade and said, "Blade River King, you can also be considered a blade beast. Since this is the Saber Tomb, then it will depend on your performance. While they were talking, Luo Tian took a step forward. Rumble, rumble. A loud sound came from the sky. The moment Luo Tian took his first step, an incomparably huge steel blade fell from the sky. Luo Tian's eyes slightly raised, his face slightly startled, and said, "There's a blood slat." "That means you have experience. Since that's the case, then kill." The power of the death god's killing Tao was released, and the shadow of the death god rose into the air. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, looking at the gigantic blade that was slashing down from the sky. The annihilation blade in his hand immediately erupted with a dense, flaming blade aura. Luo Tian held the blade with both hands and slashed down. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The sky sank and the gigantic blade broke. The blade aura of the extermination blade was extremely berserk, and with the primordial spirit of the blade, River King sealed inside, it seemed even more arrogant. The moment the gigantic blade was destroyed, a system notification sounded out from Luo Tian's body. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Blade for obtaining 80,000 experience and 8,000 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Blade Soul +1. As expected, the experience points are getting less and less. Killing a blade will give you a Blade Soul. It seems like the situation on the second floor is similar to the first floor. As long as you kill all of these blades, you will be able to condense a Blade Soul. Of course, you will definitely meet the Blade King boss in the end. Luo Tian's eyes darkened, he laughed sinisterly and roared. No matter what it is, don't even think about blocking my path, Luo Tian's. Exterminate. Kill for me. Luo Tian rushed out. Hua Mountain Hall. King Kong, Morong Bai, and the bearded man sat on the ground, listlessly. Yun Ling, Yun Yi, and Cold Frost were the same. The entire hall was filled with a lifeless atmosphere. What happened just now was something none of them could have imagined. No one would have thought that Luo Tian would leave him alone inside. Will Big Brother Luo Tian be okay? Sister Shuang, I'm so worried. Is there no way to enter that place? We don't even know where that place is. Only Boss knows. How do we get in? I don't care. Even if I have to turn the profound sky continent upside down, I will find Boss. Morong Bai stood up and said, "What we need to do is not to find Boss, but to cultivate. The reason why Boss threw us out is because we are too weak. He is afraid that he won't be able to take care of us. There are still 2.5 months until Duantian City's Li Shuer and Morong Wanjian's wedding day. We must break through before then. Only then can we help Boss. You have to know that we are about to face the strongest enemy in the profound sky continent. We are going to steal the bride. We are also going to show those who look down on Boss who is the strongest." Chapter 770. Everyone was working hard. Morong Bai, Jingang, and Erden. Cold Frost and the others were also cultivating with all their might. Except for them, Fatty Lei, Xianyuan Yi, and Blind Lu were also doing the same. And Chun Chun and the others were also cultivating. Xian was also cultivating. Li Shuer was also cultivating. Everyone was cultivating. Luo Tian was cultivating, but he was also putting his life on the line. There was another person who was also cultivating. Morong Wanjian. In the past, he didn't even put Luo Tian in his eyes. Now he still didn't put Luo Tian in his eyes. To him, Luo Tian was like a fly that kept flying around in front of him. When he was annoyed by the flying, he wanted to kill him with a slap. For many years, he would receive all kinds of information regarding Luo Tian. Luo Tian's breakthrough, Luo Tian's new cultivation technique, the divine artifact that he obtained, he knew everything like the back of his hand. Regarding all these, Morong Wanjian was still disdainful. On a certain mysterious altar, Luo Tian, who do you think you are to snatch my woman? What qualifications do you have? Murong Wanjian sneered. All of a sudden, Murong Wanjian roared towards the sky. Sword gives birth to 10,000 powers. True dragon breaks through the sky. Mystic the arch realm, break for me! There was a heavy sound. Above the altar, the clouds surged and lightning wreaked havoc. 10,000 powers gathered from all over the Tianxian continent and shone on Murong Wanjian's body like beams of light. At this moment, the entire continent seemed to have stopped. All the experts looked towards the void. The sign of the mystic Thearka's breakthrough. The son of the true dragon, Bugue, is indeed the son of the true dragon, using the power of the true dragon's bloodline to break through to the mystic Darch realm. This method has never been used before, but he actually thought of it. To step into the mystic Darch realm before the age of 30. This Murong Wanjian is indeed the first person in history. From the looks of it, not only will he be the first person in the history of the profound sky continent, he will definitely break through the void and enter an ancient world within 100 years. We still have to see if he can succeed or not. After all, breaking through to the mystic Darch supreme realm is like being baptized by a heavenly tribulation. Whether he can withstand it or not will depend on his luck. In the void, those mystic Darch and supreme realm experts started to discuss. It was completely different from their discussion about Luo Tian. They had nothing but endless praises for Murong Wanjian. They said that he was number one in all of history, the youngest mystic Darch martial expert in history, and that he would definitely become an overlord in the ancient world in the future. All kinds of beautiful words were used to praise Murong Wanjian. It could be said that he was the complete opposite of Luo Tan. Rumble! 10,000 forces fell and rushed into Murong Wanjian's body. His eyes widened in anger, and a tiny sword vaguely rose from between his brows. Jin Xin. He actually comprehended the supreme profoundness of the sword. No wonder he could learn any sword cultivation technique with just one try. Those who have comprehended the heart of the sword can easily learn any sword cultivation technique. Heart of the sword? Take a closer look. That is not the heart of the sword. That is a sword spirit that is even more powerful than the heart of the sword. Song Tianlong laughed and looked at Murong Wanjian. He was happier and more excited than anyone else. This was the disciple he was most proud of. Once Song Tianlong's voice fell, that tiny sword shot out from between Murong Wanjian's brows like a little fairy and broke through the void. The power that gathered from all directions became even stronger. Murong Wanjian's body sank as he laughed coldly and said, "Is this all you have? Be more ferocious." True Dragon's 10,000 techniques. 9th level, True Dragon Proud Sky. Boom! Roar! A golden dragon broke out from his body. It was a huge golden dragon, an adult giant dragon. Its body carried an extremely arrogant dragon's prowess and was extremely violent. It displayed the aura of a king to the fullest and was extremely valiant. Even the minds and consciousness of those mystic Darch martial experts were violently impacted. Many mystic Darch martial experts released their power to defend. The earth shook. There was a series of dragon roars in the sky above the Tianxian continent. Everyone looked towards the sky. True Dragon. The son of the True Dragon, Murong Wanjian's True Dragon, the most talented disciple of the human race. He is the hope of the human race, the number one person of the human race. Too handsome. It would be great if I could marry him. Such a man is like the resplendent stars in the sky. He is too dazzling. Everyone was cheering for Murong Wanjian. From the moment Murong Wanjian was born, he was destined to carry the mission of being the strongest martial expert in the Tianxian continent. He also carried the mission of protecting the human race. Everyone was paying attention to him. Even 3-year-old children and 80-year-old elders were paying attention to him. Rumble. The true dragon broke out from his body and rushed into the sky. It continued to wreak havoc and was extremely unbridled. It constantly released its dragon's prowess and directly crushed some people to the ground, unable to move. Morong Wanjian laughed coldly and crazily. Wreak havoc to your heart's content. Let that dog's hit, descendant of the dragon god, see what a dragon is. Let that dog Luo Tian see that his azure dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise bloodlines are like ants in front of you. Contempt. Murong Wanjian's voice covered the entire continent. Ha ha ha. What dragon god descendant? Can he be compared to Murong Wanjian's true dragon? There is no comparison at all. So what if he merged with 3 bloodlines? I think that Luo Tian doesn't even have the qualifications to carry Murong Wanjian's shoes. Luo Tian? Who is that? I have never heard of him. I don't even know what Luo Tian is. What qualifications does he have to be compared to my idol, Murong Wanjian? What a joke. Doesn't he know how to take a piss and look at himself? Contempt, cynicism, and ridicule were incessant. This time, it was the ridicule of the entire continent. They were all saying that Luo Tian was overestimating his capabilities. Even if he merged with more divine beast bloodlines, it was useless. He still wasn't Murong Wanjian's match. In their hearts, Murong Wanjian was invincible. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thunder above the sacrificial altar was even more devastating. The true dragon's 10,000 technique power and the sword spirit's sword intent were constantly wreaking havoc and constantly expanding. They violently collided with the energy that was converging into Murong Wanjian's body, producing an even stronger energy. This power was actually transforming his body in the strongest way possible. His mind, sea of consciousness, 5 viscera and 6 bowels, even his pores were all undergoing huge changes. The more power he could withstand, the stronger the mystic Thearcha's power would be. Every bit of power that entered his body would turn into a huge sea of power. This was a transformation, a true baptism. Murong Wanjian clenched his teeth and endured. The energy in his body was violently impacting. It was very uncomfortable, but he was abnormally excited and arrogant. All of a sudden, Murong Wanjian suddenly stood up and clenched his fists tightly. He roared, "Mystic Tharch realm, break for me!" Rumble. The energy suddenly withdrew and converged into his body. His body suddenly underwent a drastic change. A few seconds later, Murong Wanjian laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! I broke through to the Mystic Tharch realm. Luo Tian. Li Shuer is my, Murong Wanjian's woman. You want to snatch my woman? If you dare to come to Broken Sky City, I will take your dog life. Chapter 771. A new mystic emperor was born. The first one in thousands of years. It was extremely shocking. It was also what everyone hoped for. The son of the true dragon, Murong Wanjian, was known as the #1 person in the profound sky continent. The moment he broke through to the mystic emperor realm, the entire continent cheered. Murong Wanjian even said that as long as Luo Tian came to Duantin City, he would definitely take his life. After he broke through in a short half a minute, the starlight above the sea of stars shone brightly, covering the scorching sun. It shone for millions of kilometers, reflecting the beautiful stars on the sea. It was really like the sea of stars, incomparably bright, dazzling, and with a strange luster. The stars slowly gathered and condensed into a huge phoenix. The phoenix soared into the sky and let out a soft cry. The power of the stars silently descended. It was very calm, so calm that no one noticed. Compared to Murong Wanjian's berserk power, Li Shuer's star power was incomparably gentle and beautiful. It was like a fairy from the 9th heaven descending, without a trace of flaw. Beautiful, indescribable beauty. The moment the star phoenix entered Li Shuer's body, her power, aura, state of mind, and sea of consciousness changed. She broke through. Another mystic emperor supreme expert was born. 2 actually appeared in one day. This is really the first time in history. The fortune of the human race. True dragon, female phoenix. The two of them are too compatible. Cheers. Everyone was cheering, and everyone had a happy smile on their faces. In the void. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Brother Tsang. Your disciple broke through to the Mystic Emperor Supreme Expert and became the #1 person in history. Congratulations. Starry Ancestor, this female disciple of yours is also incredible. She was just a few minutes away, but she is younger. Her power is even more mysterious than the Berserk True Dragon. Her future achievements are limitless. Female Phoenix and True Dragon, what a perfect match. It will definitely become a beautiful story in the profound Sky Continent. Ha ha ha! All kinds of praises were incessant. Song Tianlong laughed. The Starry Ancestor also laughed. Behind the laughter, there was a hint of success. Subsequently, those Mystic Emperor Supreme Experts also laughed. What was there to laugh about? No one knew. Li Shuer raised her head and looked at the beautiful starry sky. Her eyes were filled with faint longing as she thought, Brother Luo Tian, where are you? Shui, I misses you so much. Shui, I really wants to see you. He had broken through to the mystic Tharch realm. She could walk out of the altar. This was her agreement with the supercluster ancestors and the soul kings. As long as she broke through to the mystic Tharch realm, she would be able to leave the Star Ocean Immortal sect and do whatever she wanted. However, just a while ago, Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared from her sight, and she panicked. No matter how hard she searched with the power of the stars, she was unable to find Luo Tian. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared. Because of this, a sense of fear rose in her heart. She cultivated even more desperately in order to walk down the altar and find Luo Tian. She didn't even care about Morong Wanjian's breakthrough. He didn't even care. He didn't care about him at all. This made Morong Wanjian extremely unhappy, and the hatred in his heart became even more intense. Star Ocean Immortal Sect. Li Shuer walked down from the altar, facing the dark cage in front of her, the cage that had trapped her for a few years. Her eyebrows slightly moved. She raised her right hand, and a surge of mystic Thearka's power was released, easily shattering the cage. Shui, you've become a mystic Tharch realm expert. Zi Luolan took the lead and walked up. Behind her, there were two other people. Supercluster Ancestor, Soul Palace's Master, Soul King. Li Shuer glanced at Zi Luolan, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She bit her lips and softly said, Mother. Zi Luolan was wild with joy and said, Sigh. She thought to herself, Luo Tian, no matter how you please, Shui. Shui, is still my daughter, and I am her mother. The supercluster ancestor walked over and said, Shui, you've finally broken through. Soul King also smiled faintly, unable to hold back his excitement, and said, I really didn't misjudge you. Although you're not the first to break through, the energy you absorbed just now is not inferior to Morong Wanjian's. In the future, your cultivation will definitely reach an astonishing height. Li Shuer also very politely called out, Master. As for Soul King, Li Shuer did not look at him. She still remembered the time when Luo Tian was surrounded by the heavenly soul demon monarch in Heaven's Sword City. She would not forgive Soul King. She also knew her mother was the one who stopped this matter, but since Soul King had promised her he did not do it, this was what she hated about it. Without waiting for them to speak, Li Shuer said, Can I leave now? His voice was somewhat cold. It carried a trace of arrogance that only a phoenix would have. The three of them were slightly stunned. The supercluster ancestor said, Shui, you just broke through to the mystic emperor realm. At this time, you should seize the time to consolidate the mystic emperor's power. This will be very helpful to you in the future. Li Shuer did not wait for him to finish and said, I want to find Big Brother Luo Tian. When she said the words Big Brother Luo Tian, her face revealed a faint smile, a happy smile. She did not smile when she saw her mother, nor did she smile when she saw her master. However, when she said Luo Tian, she smiled. Her smile was incomparably moving. The expressions of the three changed at the same time. Zi Luolan was somewhat displeased, but she still said very carefully, Shui, it's almost time for your wedding. You should also prepare. If you go out to find Luo Tian at this time, it won't be too good. The supercluster ancestor also said, That's right, Shui, right now. Your most important matter is your marriage. Your union with Morong Wanjian is also a big matter for the entire profound sky continent. You have to think about the big picture. The Soul King did not say anything. Li Shuera retracted her smile and said, I will appear on time on the day of the wedding. You don't have to worry about this. You promise me that as long as I break through to the profound emperor, you will let me do what I want to do. There's still more than 2 months before the wedding, and I want to take a look around in these 2 months. Who I am with has nothing to do with you. If Murong Wanjian and the Imperial Immortal Sect are not happy, tell them to come and find me directly. As he spoke, Li Shuer walked out with large strides. She was not willing to stay in the Star Ocean Immortal Sect for even a moment longer. Her heart had long since flown away. She wanted to go to the Huashan Immortal Sect and ask where Luo Tian had gone. Why couldn't she find him? At this moment, the Soul King took a step forward, blocked in front of Li Shuer, and said, Luo Tian has entered the Earth's core pagoda. I don't need to tell you the consequences. Li Shuer was stunned. Her body trembled, as if she could not stand properly. She stared blankly at the Soul King. From his eyes, she knew that the Soul King was not lying to her. She knew about the Earth's core pagoda. She had known about it for a long time, even longer than Luo Tian. That was a place that no one could walk out of. Old Cow has to do things outside during the day, so he can only come back at night. During this period of time, he has been really tired, and he has not updated much, so please understand. Thank you, brothers, for your monthly votes, rewards, and recommendation tickets. Thank you to every brother who has subscribed. Good night, everyone. Chapter 772. Earth's Core Pagoda, Peak of Blade Mountain. Luo Tian, with a head full of red hair, he stood on the hilt of a huge blade. The extinguishing blade in his hand was constantly emitting buzzing sounds. It was extremely irritable. At this moment, he was like a mad demon. Looking at the darkness of the void, he muttered to himself, Morong Wanjian has broken through to the mystic emperor realm. Sister Shui, has also broken through. I'm now inside the Earth's core pagoda. Luo Tian could sense what was happening on the surface of the continent. With such a huge energy fluctuation, even the Earth's core pagoda was affected. Luo Tian naturally thought of Morong Wanjian breaking through to the mystic emperor realm. Then his mind moved slightly, and he knew that Li Shuer had also broken through. Now he was the only one left. In this world, other than Luo Tian's friends, no one would remember him. The glory would forever rest on Morong Wanjian and Li Shuer. They were the proud sons of heaven of the profound sky continent, dragons among men, phoenixes among men. Since young, they had been entrusted with various great missions. Stepping into the mystic emperor realm was only the first stage. Luo Tian checked his experience points. He was still 2/3 away from the mystic emperor realm. Inexplicably, Luo Tian felt a sense of pressure. However, Morong Wanjian laughed instead. He laughed excitedly and said, The higher you stand, the more painful it will be to fall. Morong Wanjian, you are now in the mystic Tharch realm. Then, I must compete with you and crush you. Immediately after, Luo Tian's devil emperor body suddenly sank, and his feet stomped down heavily. The huge blade under his feet let out a series of humming sounds. Luo Tian frowned and shouted, Explode for me! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The huge blade pierced down. It directly pierced through the center of the Blade Mountain, and all kinds of broken blades flew out, just like gravel rolling down the mountain. Walala, walala, walala. The blade mountain that stood in the air collapsed, and the entire world shook. At this moment, the incomparably long blood groove on top of the huge blade finally reached the bottom, and the system immediately sounded out a notification. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the Blade Spirit King, gaining 100 million experience points and 1 million mystical chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Saber Spirit. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Outer Sky Black Iron. Saber Spirit? Luo Tian was slightly stunned. He had only heard of sword spirits, but had never heard of saber spirits. Could it be the soul of a saber? Luo Tian didn't like to use his brain. He had never thought of comprehending anything powerful. The sword spirit was comprehended from the sword intent. So was the saber spirit. However, Murong Wanjian had comprehended it, while Luo Tian had obtained it from killing monsters. Luo Tian looked at the mist of nothingness. The mist released an incomparably arrogant saber intent. It was very violent, just like a fierce man on fire. This kind of character integrated his will. He smiled and said, "Fuse!" Buzz! The ball of mist in the space ring disappeared. Luo Tian's forehead suddenly opened, and the ball of mist drilled into it. It directly landed on Luo Tian's mind. Rumble, rumble! Luo Tian's mind was in turmoil, and sharp light flashed in his eyes. It was as if his vision had suddenly become clearer, and the feeling was very different, especially the extermination in his hands, which had become even more berserk. Waves of black, domineering aura were released. This power was simply too exciting. Saber, a tyrant. Its power was wild, overbearing, and intense. There was no room for leeway, no way out. At this moment, the system suddenly sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for fusing with Saber Spirit. Heaven Shocking Blade has leveled up by 1 level. Ah, damn. There's such a good thing. Luo Tian was secretly happy. Looking at the cultivation method column, the Heaven Shocking Blade had indeed leveled up to level 2. The cooldown time had been reduced by 1 hour, and the power had become even more intense. Buzz! Blade River Emperor, who was inside the extermination blade, kept roaring. He was extremely angry, as if his supreme status was being threatened. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Blade River Emperor, what are you shouting for?" Then, Luo Tian's idea moved slightly, and the aura of the saber spirit was released. In less than a second, Blade River Emperor turned into an obedient little kitten, curling up into a ball, not daring to make any sound. Was this still the arrogant boss from the great realm of desolation? He didn't have the slightest bit of temper. What the F*** CK? Do you have to be so arrogant? Luo Tian was a little stunned. Blade River Emperor was so awesome, but he didn't have the slightest bit of temper in front of the saber spirit. Isn't it a bit too strong? Even the king of blade beasts, Blade River Emperor, had not comprehended the saber spirit. Compared to Murong Wanjian's sword spirit, the saber spirit was even more difficult to comprehend. It required a combination of various powerful intents. Especially arrogant and tyrannical, these two intents, they had to be especially strong. In the saber tomb, this sickly blade was the king from beyond the heavens. Even he himself had not cultivated the saber spirit, and if he had, Luo Tian would definitely not be his opponent. He had only touched a little bit of the path, and before he could fully comprehend it, he had been destroyed by Luo Tian. Of course, and Chun Chun had a lot to do with this. It had a lot to do with Exe. After Murong Wanjian and Li Shuer broke through, the two women did nothing but pray for Luo Tian. They both had special abilities, and no one knew how powerful they were. Even if they were tens of millions of kilometers apart, their power could still penetrate everything and help Luo Tian. Goddess of luck, goddess of destiny, the The power of the two goddesses could penetrate everything, because even the ancient world did not have this kind of power. A higher level plane, a plane that truly dominated everything, that kind of god. Bloodline against bloodline. Strength against strength. Saber spirit against sword spirit. No matter what, I will crush you. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists, and the pressure in his heart gradually made him more excited. Luo Tian was a madman. As long as he had a target, he would turn into a mad bull and charge forward without any regard for his life. He would not stop until he killed his target. In the past, he only knew that Morong Wanjian had the bloodline of a true dragon. But what was his cultivation level? He was not sure, but now he knew that the Mystic Emperor was at the Supreme Realm. This way his goal was clear. First level Mystic Emperor, right? Just you wait. Luo Tian laughed wildly, and his eyes became fanatical. At this time, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the second level of the Earth's core pagoda. Rating begins. Bang, bang, bang. The rating page exploded. Boom! Killed Saber 1,000,000 times, obtained a rating of S. Boom! Killed Saber Spirit King, obtained a rating of S. Overall rating of S. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the reward of the Strange Flame Lottery system. Do you want to start the lottery? Chapter 773. No. Luo Tian gave up on the lottery draw. How boring would it be to draw again and again? If I want to draw, I'll draw 10 times. That's more exciting. Luo Tian smiled. He was determined to get the Heavenly Flames on the Heavenly Flames list. He had to gather all of them. However, drawing one by one would inevitably make him unhappy. He would open up all of the Earth's core pagoda and draw all at once. That would be great. The system retained the lottery draw reward, and a notification sounded out. Ding! Notification. Will player enter the third level of the Earth's core pagoda? Yes. Luo Tian did not hesitate. He was running out of time. Morong Wanjian had already entered the mystic Tharch realm. He had to work harder. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for entering the third level of the Earth's core pagoda, Heavenly Oasis World. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the mission to kill the Heavenly Oasis Old Ancestor. Mission time, 3 days. If the rating reaches S, you will be able to obtain the Heavenly Flame Lottery Draw reward. The system notification ended. The saber tomb around Luo Tian instantly disappeared. The wind and clouds suddenly changed. An empty sky directly fell. It turned into a fog of nothingness. He could not see anything. He could not even sense the existence of anything. Not to mention the Heavenly Oasis Old Ancestor mentioned by the system. There was not even a breathing demonic beast. How was he going to kill it? Heavenly Oasis World? What kind of world is this? Luo Tian muttered in his heart. He did not think too much about it. His sea of consciousness moved, and it directly spread out over 1,000,000 kilometers. In this world, he could not sense the existence of any living thing. Other than nothingness, there was nothingness. The Heavenly Oasis World is more suitable, right? What kind of existence is the Earth's core pagoda? All kinds of strange worlds. One moment it was stone men, the next it was filled with sabers. Now it is the Heavenly Oasis World. What will the next level be? Luo Tian felt that the Earth's core pagoda was not that simple. The Tianshan land was not as simple as the old ancestor of Hua Mountain had said. If it was really an elite from another plane that was devouring the profound sky continent's chi essence, then it should be something from the same plane. However, Luo Tian felt that every level was not from the same plane, but one thing was certain. All the demonic beasts and monsters in the Earth Core Tower came from a plane that was one level higher than the Tianshan land. Could it be? Luo Tian dared to imagine for a moment, then denied it. It shouldn't be that ridiculous. If there really are 18 higher planes, then it's 2F** cat up. Unless the Tian-Shin continent is the origin of all things, it's definitely impossible. Geocentric tower. It was divided into 18 layers. If each layer was the same as Luo Tian's imagination, then it would be a miniature plane. The 18 levels represented the miniature versions of the 18 planes. In the depths of the Tian-Shin continent's core, unless the Tian-Shin continent was truly the source continent, it was absolutely impossible. If that was the case, then what was the great Tao power that the Patriarch of Huashan spoke of? Irritating. Thinking of this, Luo Tian felt a headache coming on. He became inexplicably frustrated. Luo Tian knocked on his head and said, "It seems like I really don't use my brain. I'm having a headache thinking about it." "Since that's the case, then let's kill." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian took a step forward. Wang, the fog in the heavenly void world, produced a slight fluctuation. This fluctuation was like the sound of breathing. It was very light, and Luo Tian was still unable to sense it. He could not help but curse and said, "Heavenly void, old ancestor, your mother is calling you home for dinner." No reaction. "Heavenly void, old ancestor, you turtle bastard, can you give me some face and come out to meet me?" Still no reaction. "Can you give me some face?" After calling out a few times, there was still no reaction from the heavenly void world. There were no demonic beasts, no aura, nothing at all. "I'm so angry." Luo Tian's heart sank slightly and said, "Since that's the case, then this is the only way. Sharingan, Mangekyo, come out." Luo Tian's pupils changed, turning into multiple diamond shapes. The blood-red pupils were abnormally terrifying, and everything around him also turned blood-red. In that instant, all the monsters were exposed in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian's heart trembled. Holy *T. It's a good thing that I cultivated the Sharingan. Otherwise, I would definitely be wiped out by the system today. Luo Tian's world was filled with demonic beasts, a type of demonic beast with a spirit body. It had no aura, no body, just like a spirit body. In front of Luo Tian, less than a few centimeters of space was filled with this kind of spirit body. Hollow spirit. Luo Tian remained calm. He saw these hollow spirits, and the hollow spirits also saw them. But these demonic beasts did not attack Luo Tian, and even bared their fangs and brandished their claws in front of Luo Tian. Illusion. Kill. Suddenly, Luo Tian's gaze suddenly changed, and everything around him began to become incomparably bloody. The power of Mangekyo was released crazily, and all the hollow spirits around him were planted with Luo Tian's illusion, killing each other crazily. Rumble, rumble, constant killing. Luo Tian's body was also constantly ringing with prompts. His experience was also increasing bit by bit. The first day, Luo Tian used Sharingan a total of 9 times, and his body was almost unable to bear it. The backlash of Sharingan was too strong, and the higher the level, the greater the backlash. However, Luo Tian did not stop killing, and if he did not go all out, he would not have a chance. The second day, Luo Tian was still the same. The third day, everything around him changed. Like the first floor, the hollow spirits were slowly gathering and turning into a huge spirit body. Heavenly void, old ancestor. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, the destruction blade in his hand suddenly moved. The idea moved, the blade spirit in his mind also followed closely behind, the two forces converging together. Luo Tian laughed deeply and said, "Let me hold on to your power for a while." Blade spirit, come out. Whoosh! Arrogant and tyrannical power rushed out of Luo Tian's body, and a huge blade in the shape of a gas floated in midair. In an instant, Luo Tian's body moved, locking onto the heavenly void old ancestor. He roared, "Heaven's shocking blade, come out for me!" The destruction blade moved. The shocking blade, aura, soared into the sky, directly standing in the air. Luo Tian released all of his power and directly slashed down with his blade. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The blade spirit directly pierced into the body of the heavenly void old ancestor, crazily slashing inside his body, and the shocking blade also fell down. 9092999 inch, 9876222, holy sh asterisk t. This damage is simply off the charts. Blade spirit, aren't you a little too fierce? This is killing me, ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed out loud, seeing that the heavenly void old ancestor's health had been depleted to the bottom before it could even condense. Luo Tian did not give him any chance and directly said, "Green lotus core fire, come out! Purifying lotus demonic fire, come out! Prison flame, come out! 9 dragon thunder fire, come out! Instant kill! What the F asterisk CK, the strange fire is fierce!" Luo Tian couldn't stop smiling. He felt more and more that Morong Wanjian would be killed by his strange fire the moment he appeared. There was still one more chapter, and it might be a little late. Chapter 774. The Empyrean old ancestor had not finished condensing. He was directly killed by Luo Tian. It was too tragic, for deviant fire S were blasted down, and he directly died without even saying a word. Luo Tian laughed from ear to ear, ha! This is too great, this is the feeling I want. It's too damn great. Word by word. This made Luo Tian even more determined to gather all 108 Deviant Fire S on the Deviant Fire list. The power of the Blade Spirit's attack, combined with the second-level Heaven Shocking Slash, was unimaginably strong, completely surpassing the existence of the Emperor technique. Luo Tian was excited in his heart. Morong Wanjian, let's see how long you can jump around. It was also at this time the tragic Empyrean old ancestors, HP, had reached the bottom. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Empyrean old ancestor, for obtaining 100,000 experience points. Profound chi values 1 million points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Empyrean heart. Nothing dropped. Just like the lava giant beast king on the first floor, it dropped a Empyrean heart. Luo Tian opened the system to take a look and was stunned for a moment and said, "Mission item?" Looking at the lava giant beast king's heart of lava, it was also a mission item. The second time, the Blade Spirit King did not drop any items. Luo Tian could not help but think, could it be that the Blade Spirit is also a mission item? It shouldn't be. Otherwise, the system would not prompt me to cultivate it. Naturally, it would not be a mission item if I could cultivate it. But is there a mission item on every floor of the Earth's core pagoda? There's no hint at all. This is 2F asterisk cat up. Other than the mission objective, there were no other hints. The system was really 2F asterisk cat up. There are at least some clues or hints in the game, but there were none here. Although this was real time, it was not to the extent that there were no hints at all. What made Luo Tian the most puzzled was that the Earth's core pagoda should have rewarded him with 1 billion experience, but the system seemed to have forgotten about it. Could it be that the Earth's core pagoda is also a divine weapon? Only after obtaining it will the mission be considered complete? Luo Tian was confused about this Earth core pagoda. He shook his head and was too lazy to think about it. Let me reach the mystic, the arch, realm first. This was Luo Tian's current goal. Ding! The overall score of the third floor is S grade. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Heavenly Flame lottery reward. Release and activate the lottery? No. Luo Tian still chose no. Open the fourth floor. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for entering the fourth floor of the Earth's core tower. Flaming mainland. Mission activated. According to the stipulated time, the system blabbered on and on. Just like before, he had to complete the mission within the time limit. Otherwise, he would be obliterated by the system. Luo Tian listened to it a few times. The more he listened, the more annoyed he became. However, he didn't explode like before. Instead, he endured it. Sooner or later, I will get rid of you. I'll endure it for now. Begin. For days later, Luo Tian's entire body was covered in blood, and more than a dozen of his bones were broken. Fortunately, he managed to kill the boss at the last moment, and it also dropped a mission item. His experience had also increased to 50%. The further he went, the less experience he had, and the harder it was to level up. In order to reach the Mystic Emperor realm, Luo Tian had really risked his life. The fourth floor once again received an S grade rating. Luo Tian still didn't hold back when he obtained the Heavenly Flame lottery reward. The fifth floor opened. 3 days later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Sea King for obtaining 100 million experience and 1 million profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Heart of the Ocean. The sixth floor opened. The seventh floor opened. The eighth floor opened. The ninth floor opened, kept opening. Time also passed quickly. Hua Mountain's main hall. Hua didn't sit on the sect master seat. He was still standing on the right side as before. There were also some people standing in the main hall. 2 balls, King Kong, Morongbai, and the others were all there. There were also 2 bloodied, red-haired, red-skinned, scorching sun demon lord, and one of them was white-haired demon lord. I didn't expect the demon sect to not be the original demon sect anymore. They actually colluded with the immortal sect. If the demon emperor was still alive, he would definitely laugh to death. This is the shame of our demon sect. Scorching sun demon, Lord said in pain. Hua was secretly anxious, but on the surface he was extremely calm and said, "To Demon Lord, go and rest first. This matter will not end like this. Although our sect leader is not here, but you have done a favor for the Huashan immortal sect, we will definitely not leave you in the lurch. Furthermore, you are the sect leader's friends, which means that you are also our Huashan immortal sect's friends. When the true dragon and female phoenix combine, a miracle will descend. At that time, the cultivation of those mystic Emperor Supreme powerhouses will greatly increase. Behind this, there is still a great conspiracy. As for what it is, we are not too far off. Perhaps only the heavenly dragon of the Imperial Immortal Sect and the supercluster ancestor of the supercluster Immortal Sect know. You too should not go either. Immortal and devil combine. This world is already chaotic, too chaotic. It is not fun at all, Sai." As he said that, the 2 demon lords supported each other as they slowly limped away. In a few blinks of an eye, they disappeared. Only one sentence was heard from them. "Our old monsters are about to leave this stage. Learn the soul refining great array. Those injured old fellows are still waiting for us. Fight the landlord. Fight the bull. Wait for your lifespan to run out before you are buried together. Ha ha ha. After living for tens of thousands of years, I finally found out what I was living for. Because of Tong Yen, the death of the dimensional demon caused the demon lord in the soul, refining great array, to fly into a rage. However, Hua dissuaded them and directly charged towards the devil sect. But Lu Qingfeng had already joined forces with the 10 great immortal sects to ambush them. They were caught off guard. Then again, with the supreme experts of the devil sect, no matter how strong they were no match for them, because there were no supreme experts of the Xian Emperor among them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lost so miserably. The dead were dead, the injured were injured. It was a tragic sight. Hua watched them leave with a pale face. He looked at Erden and the others and said, "What should we do? There are still 3 days before the wedding, and the sect leader has not returned yet. What should we do? What should we do? One word, do it. Boss isn't here, but we are. We can't let sister-in-law be bullied and not dare to say anything. I, Erden, can't do it. Even if I die, I will poke a hole in the sky of the profound sky continent." Erden said. Vajra also said, Second brother is right, let's do it. Morongbai said, let's do it. Everyone expressed their stance. Hanhua also followed. All right, gather all the disciples and go to Broken Sky City. The chapter of the immortal sect hegemony was over. The next chapter was to blow up the profound sky continent. Good night, brothers. Chapter 7, 75. Earth's core pagoda, 17th floor. Explode for me. Luo Tian panted as he slashed down with his blade. Rumble. An incomparably huge ancient golden elephant was killed in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing ancient golden elephant. You've gained 100 million experience points and mystical chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining ancient golden elephant's body. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining gold spirit pearl. A few notifications sounded out. Luo Tian did not have the strength to listen at all. He directly laid on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, gasping for air. His face was extremely pale. In these 2 months, other than resting for a day on the 3rd floor, he had not rested at all. He had risked his life and clenched his teeth to persevere until now. He was tired, too tired. His body was extremely weak right now, and even standing up was difficult. One more day, and it will be Shui and Morong Wanjian's wedding day. I still have 1 more floor. Luo Tian muttered to himself. He clenched his fists and sat up. His eyes flashed with a ray of light as he said, I can't rest. I can't rest yet. I'm still 1% away from the mystic Emperor realm. No matter what, I have to break through before the Earth's core pagoda. Otherwise, no matter how many powerful cultivation techniques I cultivate, it will be useless. The power of the 9th level of the profound God realm and the mystic Emperor realm are 2 completely different concepts. This was the realm with the greatest difference in the 10 realms. It could be said that 100 experts at the peak of the 9th level of the profound God realm would be killed by a mystic Emperor realm expert in 1 move. This was the difference. Luo Tian's strength was indeed very strong, but it was extremely difficult for a 9th level profound God realm to kill a mystic Emperor realm Morong Wanjian. It was basically impossible, but now he was only 1% away. As long as he destroyed the 18th floor, leveling up would definitely not be a problem. Huff! Huff! Luo Tian took a deep breath. At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the SS level score on the 17th floor. Reward: 2 chances at the Strange Flame Lottery. Would you like to activate the Grand Lottery? No. 2 great lucky draw prizes. It started on the 15th floor. When his score reached SS, he would be rewarded with 2 big lottery draws. Thus, Luo Tian had accumulated 20 big lottery draws. He still wasn't in a hurry to draw the prize. Luo Tian checked his injuries and cast a few regeneration spells on himself. His eyebrows twitched as he said, Open the 18th floor of the Earth's core tower. Ding! Items required to open the 18th floor are Lava Beast King's Heart, Ocean Heart, Chaos Spirit Bead, God Spirit Bead, Gold Spirit Bead. Do you wish to activate it? It really is a quest item. These were all dropped along the way. I thought that they would be used for other missions outside the Earth's core tower. I didn't expect that they would be used to open the 18th floor. Luo Tian said in detail. With a thought, he said, Start. Buzz. The items within the interspatial ring instantly vanished. A system notification rang out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for unlocking the 18th floor of the Earth's core tower. Ding. Triggered quest, kill God's shadow. Quest time is 1 day. Players who exceed the time limit will be obliterated. Quest score of **** will be rewarded with a strange flame lottery. The higher the score, the more rewards you will receive. Luo Tian was a little surprised. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk can get a reward. It seems that God's shadow should be the strongest boss. God, what kind of microcosm was this? Could it be the plane where the gods live? Along the way, Luo Tian would pay attention to every floor he encountered. He was now certain that the Earth's core tower was the epitome of the 18 planes. There was the world where the Lava Beast King was, and there was also the Bone Clan's world that he mentioned. What surprised Luo Tian the most was that there was actually the Blood Clan's world where Fatty Lay was located. Moreover, the level of the plane was very high, even higher than the ancient world. The level of the Earth's core tower was also the 16th floor. On the 16th floor, the boss Luo Tian encountered was similar to Fatty Lay. It could transform into a beast, could go berserk, had blood-red scales all over its body, and absorbed the blood essence of demon beasts to increase its strength. If it weren't for these similarities, Luo Tian wouldn't have been able to confirm that it was related to Fatty Lay. Fatty Lay's race was a rather powerful race. The Bone Clan that King Kong was in was the same. Both of them were in the ancient world. The ancient world was only on the 8th floor of the Earth's core tower. If it was really as Luo Tian had thought, then the ancient world was only a mid-level plane, not a high-level plane. Why were these planes all in the Earth's core tower? Was it really like what the patriarch of Mount Hua said, that they were absorbing the origin energy of the profound sky continent? Luo Tian didn't understand. He was too lazy to think about it. Right now, he was only thinking about one thing: leveling up. As for whether or not the profound sky continent was the origin continent of many planes, he didn't have the heart to care about it at all. However, he wanted to know if he could get this Earth's core tower to explode out. Rumble, rumble. The wind and clouds suddenly changed, and the surrounding scenery changed once again. This time the change was very fast. In less than a second, the scene had completely changed. Moreover, this was the most beautiful scene that Luo Tian had ever experienced in the Earth's core tower. It was like a fairyland on Earth, surrounded by holy light, dazzling with gold and jade, as if he was in heaven. Looking at the fairyland-like world around him, Luo Tian could not help but exclaim, "So beautiful!" Buzz, 18th floor of the Earth's core tower, Xinyuan continent. As soon as his voice faded, a person descended from the sky and stared at Luo Tian without blinking. His entire body was glowing with a golden light. His upper body was bare, and his back was staring at a large metal circle. His appearance was like the god Aini Road in One Piece. He looked at Luo Tian with shock in his eyes, but at the same time there was a trace of a cold and disdainful smile on his face. "I didn't expect you to reach the 18th floor. You are the first person in the profound sky continent in the past 10 million years. The strongest person before was only able to reach the 16th floor and was killed by the Blood Race Demon King in one move. I didn't expect you to be able to reach the miniature version of the divine origin continent. However, this is also your destination. To be able to die here is also your supreme honor. To be able to die in the hands of me, Emperor Xinyuan, is also your supreme honor." Emperor Xinyuan said with a sneer. Luo Tian looked at him and was stunned. "What the F*** CK? Are you sure this is the primordial spirit continent and not the heavenly palace? Are you sure you are Emperor Xinyuan and not Aini Road in One Piece?" Stunned. Luo Tian was truly stunned. Emperor Xinyuan's appearance was exactly the same as One Piece's Aini Road. F*** CK. If it's really the same person, then this guy is ridiculously strong. I have no chance of winning at all. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he could not help but worry. Chapter 776. Aini Road was simply too powerful. That kind of power was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Luo Tian was also a pirate fan. Among all the characters in One Piece, Aini Road was one of his favorite characters. His ability, the lightning fruit, was something that he had always dreamed of. It was just that in his previous life, it was only a fantasy. In this life, it was impossible. After all, these were two different worlds. Aini Road would never appear in the Earth's core pagoda, much less Emperor Xinyuan. Although he liked it, Luo Tian's mind was still very clear. Luo Tian smiled. How could it be Aini Road? You can't compare to Aini Road. While speaking, Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. 9th rank berserk. 9 dragons, 9 elephants, vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon bloodline power. Come out for me. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He would directly attack. Kill him first. Emperor Xinyuan laughed, arrogantly. Just this kind of power? Just as his voice fell, Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. He released all of his power and directly slashed down with the Annihilation Blade. The blade energy was heaven-shaking. The blade spirit's power was also released with infinite power. This blade was extremely powerful. Even a peak 9th rank, profound God Realm powerhouse would be instantly killed by Luo Tian's blade. But Emperor Xinyuan's lips curled into a contemptuous sneer. His body only moved slightly. Rumble, rumble. It hit nothing. The distance between him and Emperor Xinyuan was less than 10 centimeters. If it didn't hit, then the blade energy alone wouldn't be able to harm him. The massive blade energy rolled up a huge impact force, but he remained motionless, completely unaffected. Too fast. So fast that Luo Tian couldn't see it clearly? Luo Tian was also a 9th level, profound divine realm powerhouse. He was confident that he was the strongest powerhouse beneath the profound Emperor realm. His calculation of strength was extremely accurate. Even a profound Emperor powerhouse wouldn't be able to dodge his attack in such a short period of time. But Emperor Xinyuan had done so with ease. That's impossible, right? No matter how strong the boss is, it can't be that strong. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have asked me to do such a quest. It's completely impossible to complete. Luo Tian whispered to himself. His eyes flashed as he looked at Emperor Divine Origin's smug sneer. He thought to himself, could this be a prediction? Prediction. To be able to make such a judgment before the skill had even been released, one would need to be godlike. In his previous life, Luo Tian could also be considered a professional gamer. However, even he could only rely on luck to predict a player's movements. Success was not guaranteed. Is this all you've got? Too weak. In front of a god, you really aren't even an ant, ha ha ha. Emperor Xinyuan mockingly said. He stood motionless, not placing Luo Tian in his eyes at all. It was as if he wanted to play with Luo Tian. He said, come again. Shadow shift. Blink. Heaven's shocking blade, break for me. Fast. Shockingly fast. Shadow shift itself was a form of teleportation. In addition to the great perfection realm of blink, his speed was even faster. Combined with the formidable strength of the heaven-shocking blade, this was a set of coordinated skills that could directly cause an instant kill. Luo Tian and Emperor Xinyuan were only 10 meters apart. At this distance, even a true god would not be able to dodge. Luo Tian had 100% confidence in the speed of shadow shift. Even a mystic emperor powerhouse would not be able to dodge it. But what was worse was that Emperor Xinyuan easily dodged it. The distance was only 10 centimeters. This, Luo Tian fiercely retreated, instantly returning to his original position. His face sank as he thought to himself, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Even a godlike being wouldn't be able to make such a fast prediction, unless... Luo Tian once again looked at Emperor Xinyuan seriously. Now he once again thought of God Aini Road in One Piece's Middle Island. He had a skill called Heartnet that could predict any move. Both of his moves had been dodged with incomparable precision. Was this prediction? Absolutely not. Now, Luo Tian suddenly suspected that Emperor Xinyuan was God Aini Road in One Piece. Even their moves were very similar. Suddenly, Luo Tian's lips curled up as he excitedly laughed. The heavens are really good to me. They know of my previous life's dream. And in this strange world, they didn't forget to give me a chance to realize it. Aini Road's thunder and lightning fruit. This father wants it. Absolutely. If he cultivated the heart net, no matter how strong his opponent was, he would be able to react in the shortest amount of time. Moreover, he would be able to immediately know what his opponent was thinking. This ability was too abnormal, too abnormal. Aini Road's ability in one piece was extremely abnormal, too abnormal. A dream. Suddenly, he was so close to himself. One had to have a dream. What if it came true? In his previous life, he couldn't realize it, but in this life, Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh. He laughed out loud, ha ha ha. Emperor Xinyuan, is it? I will explode you. I will definitely explode you. Even if I have to risk everything, I will still explode you. You don't know how much I like your ability, ha 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 ha. Emperor Xinyuan was dumbfounded. He didn't know what Luo Tian was talking about. Why was he so excited? However, his disdainful sneer deepened. He said, with just you? In my eyes, you are nothing but a toy. If I were to make a move, you would immediately be killed. It's just that I've been too bored for these past tens of millions of years. Now that someone has finally appeared, I naturally want to play around like a monkey. Since you like to laugh, then die with your laughter. As his voice fell, Emperor Xinyuan wasn't in a hurry to attack. He gently lifted his right foot. Teleport. Whoosh. He disappeared. It was as if he was even faster than the speed of light. This strength was simply heaven-defying. As I thought, there must be no mistake. This fellow is Aini Road. It's just that he changed his name. I wonder if he ate the thunder and lightning fruit like Aini Road. If the thunder and lightning fruit can be obtained. Wow, this is the rhythm of being rich. If I fuse with the thunder and lightning fruit, I can directly destroy this continent. What mystic emperor powerhouse. What son of a true dragon. In my eyes, he is nothing more than an ant. I can crush him to death. Luo Tian excitedly laughed. Ancient golden elephant body. Buzz. Luo Tian didn't hesitate to release the ancient golden elephant body. This was because he simply couldn't resist Emperor Xinyuan's attack. It was too fast. Even if he could sense Emperor Xinyuan's aura, he wouldn't be able to react. Everything happened too quickly. Bang! Luo Tian's body glowed with a golden light. It was similar to a golden body, but it wasn't an invincible state. No matter how strong the ancient golden elephant's defensive power was, it wasn't able to resist Emperor Xinyuan's attack. Luo Tian was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The pain was unbearable. At this moment, his thoughts stirred. Heavenly Flame Lottery, activate! I recommend a friend's book. If you like it, go support it. The title of the book is Flower Protecting Bodyguards on Campus. Chapter 777. Activate the Heavenly Flame Lottery. The moment Luo Tian flew out, he opened the system and activated the lottery. Emperor Xinyuan was too strong. He was ridiculously strong. Lin Ming simply couldn't kill him, nor was he his match. Whether it was strength, speed, or cultivation methods, Luo Tian didn't have the slightest chance of victory. In Luo Tian's eyes, Emperor Xinyuan was no longer Emperor Xinyuan, but divine Aini Road. If he wanted to kill him, there was only one way. Heavenly Flame Bombardment. Besides this, there was no other way. Luo Tian had always wanted to leave the core pagoda for another round of the lottery. He also wanted to use these dozens of heavenly flames on Morong Wanjian for the first time. But now he couldn't wait that long. He wished he could immediately kill Emperor Xinyuan. Because Emperor Xinyuan had far too many things on him that he wanted. The thunder and lightning fruit. This was too amazing. Even if he didn't drop anything else, a cultivation method like the heart net was an extremely heaven-defying existence. It definitely surpassed an emperor technique. Kill him. He had to kill him. Luo Tian was incomparably excited. This is a chance given to me by the heavens to realize my dream. If I can't grab hold of this, then what the hell am I doing here? If I can't kill him, then I'll die here. Bang! Luo Tian fell from the sky. A deep pit appeared in the ground. The pit cracked open, and Luo Tian spat out another mouthful of blood. Emperor Xinyuan instantly appeared at the edge of the pit. He sneered with satisfaction. How about it? Isn't my strength strong? It's an existence that trash from a lower plane like you cannot surpass. You should be considered a powerhouse in the profound sky continent, but in front of me, you aren't even an ant. Ha ha ha. My strength can dominate everything. Ha ha ha. Arrogant. He laughed arrogantly. The aura that Emperor Xinyuan released was also extremely arrogant. Looking at Luo Tian struggling at death's door in the pit, his laughter became even more arrogant. With a contemptuous expression, he coldly said, "Go to hell for me. Dying by my hands is the greatest glory of your life." Wait. Almighty, can you wait a moment? Let me die in peace. Luo Tian said anxiously. The Deviant Flame lottery had just started, and he hadn't had the time to draw anything yet. At this moment, the only thing he could do was stall for time. Empyrean Divine Origin coldly sneered, revealing a generous appearance, as if he were giving Luo Tian his life. What do you have that you can't close your eyes in peace? Do you still have any regrets about dying in my hands? Luo Tian rolled his eyes and said, "It's my honor to die in your hands. But there's one thing I don't understand. How did you cultivate your ability? I admire you so much. Did you cultivate the power of the mind web? Can you tell what anyone is thinking?" Heartnet? Empyrean Divine Origin was stunned. He said, "That's a good name. Then from now on it will be called the Heartnet." Immediately after, Empyrean Xinyuan smiled. "That's right. I can indeed see what you are thinking. Just like now, you are stalling for time, wanting to live for a few more seconds. Humans are truly inferior creatures that fear death." Indeed, Luo Tian was thinking of these things in his heart. He didn't dare to think of anything else. If he thought of anything else, he would already be dead. Empyrean Divine Origin could kill him with a single finger. The only thing he wanted to do now was to live, to have Empyrean Divine Origin let him live. Thinking of these things, this was the only way he could hide from the power of the Heartnet. Otherwise, this was also thanks to Luo Tian being a fan of pirates. He knew the power of the Heartnet. Otherwise, he would have already met the King of Hell. Luo Tian revealed a worshipful smile. "After leaving the Heartnet, did you cultivate the Thunderbird? Thunder Beast? Thor? I really want to know how you cultivated these things. I really want to know. Great God, can you tell me?" At this moment, the page for the Deviant Flame lottery appeared in Luo Tian's mind. "Start. Hurry up and start the lottery. Quickly draw the lottery. The Deviant Flame will begin to rotate." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fallen Heart Flame. Do you wish to cultivate it? Yes. The wheel began to rotate. As Luo Tian drew the lottery once more, he simply didn't care what he drew. In any case, it would be one of the 108 heavenly flames. He wished that he could draw 20 different heavenly flames at once and then blast Empyrean Divine Origin to death. His life was not in his own hands, but in the hands of Empyrean Divine Origin. This was a very bad feeling. As long as Empyrean Divine Origin was unhappy, he might die. This feeling was too damn. Moreover, Luo Tian couldn't show any dissatisfaction. He didn't even dare to think about it. He could only pretend to be a grandson. While paying attention to the Deviant Flame lottery, he also had to find ways to please Empyrean Divine Origin and delay him. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Lunar Ice Flame. Do you wish to fuse with it? Yes. Sir, can you hurry up? I'm about to be killed by you. Luo Tian anxiously said. Perhaps it was because Empyrean Divine Origin had been lonely for tens of millions of years. It had been too long, and no one had spoken to him. If this were the past, Luo Tian would never have asked so many questions. As Empyrean divine Origin heard Luo Tian speak of these cultivation methods, his complexion changed. It seems you understand me very well. Although it's different from the names you mentioned, it's similar to what you said. I am indeed the phantom of a god that cultivates a thunder attribute cultivation method. Thunderbird, Thunderbeast, Thor, these names are better than I thought. I'll use them from now on. As for how I cultivate, I am a god. A god is a world that trash ants like you can't even touch. You won't understand even if I tell you. Empyrean divine Origin said with disdain. As he looked at Luo Tian, who was soaked in a cold sweat, Empyrean divine Origin sneered, "Are you scared?" "Afraid. I'm too afraid." "I'm really too afraid." Luo Tian's voice trembled. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he was excited. He didn't think that his words would cause Empyrean divine Origin to change the name of his cultivation method. Was this a coincidence? Or was Empyrean divine Origin slowly drawing closer to Aini Road? No matter what, Luo Tian would kill him. Empyrean divine Origin's ability was extremely similar to Aini Road's. Even if it wasn't the thunder fruit, it was still extremely powerful, able to crush all existences. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the 10,000 Evil United Flame. Do you wish to cultivate it? Yes. The 15th lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the 6 Energies Good Fortune Flame. Do you wish to cultivate it? Yes. The 16th lottery draw. Ding! Ding! The sound of the lottery draw continued to ring out. At this time, Empyrean divine Origin coldly smiled. It's time to send you on your way. Luo Tian also stood up. He fiendishly grinned. It's time to send you on your way. It's the last day. If you have any more monthly votes, give them to Old Bull. Old Bull thanks you. Chapter 778. What did you say? Send who on their way? Empyrean divine Origin reared his head back and sneered. An ant like you actually dares to speak such words. In front of a god, everything is nothing but an ant. I have guarded Geocentric Tower for tens of millions of years. Everything here was created by me. I am the master of the 18th level, the one who controls all destiny. An ant like you, no matter how strong you are, you cannot escape my 5-finger mountain, ha ha ha. The first 17 levels were all the same. Plains, deathly stillness, a black sky, everything without life. But the 18th level was different. The sky was blue and there were mountains and rivers. It was like a celestial realm. All of this was created by Empyrean divine Origin. It had to be said that Empyrean divine Origin's abilities were abnormally formidable. He was the strongest boss of Geocentric Tower, and the most critical point was that he came from the world of gods. This was his strongest aspect. Although he was only the phantom of a god, he was still incomparably powerful. Luo Tian stood in the pit, looking up at Empyrean divine Origin. His lips curled up, revealing a grim smile. You are the master of this place, but I do not belong here. Naturally, you cannot control my destiny. To be exact, a minute ago you could control my destiny, but now you cannot. You will die. Because you are too strong, I will blow you apart, hee, as his voice fell. A system prompt sounded out. Ding. Target locked. Luo Tian's smile became increasingly excited. He looked at Empyrean divine Origin and said, Your ability has left me drooling for a long time. In my past life, I wanted to obtain it, but I never imagined that it would actually appear in this life. Ha ha ha, the heavens are truly good to me. Empyrean divine Origin looked at Luo Tian, earnestly looking at him. He couldn't see through Luo Tian. Even with the heart net, he couldn't sense what move Luo Tian wanted to release. But how could he be so arrogant? In front of a god, he dared to be arrogant? Without a doubt, this had touched upon his reverse scale. A trash human from a lower plane dared to be so arrogant in front of him? This Empyrean divine origin frowned. He coldly said, "Die." Thunderbird. Rumble! With a loud explosion in the skies, a golden staff appeared in Empyrean divine origin's hands. Behind him, several small drum-like objects appeared. The deafening sound of thunder was released from his body. A huge lightning bird swooped towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian wasn't afraid, nor did he try to dodge. The speed of the lightning was too fast. Even if he wanted to dodge, he wouldn't have enough time. Luo Tian laughed wildly and said, "The one who will die is you." Heavenly flame. Out. Molten green lotus. Boom. Purifying demonic lotus flame. Come out. Prison flame. Come out. 9 dragon lightning flame. Come out for me. Guanhan ice flame. Come out. The heavenly flames were like flying rocks from outer space, bombarding down heavily, cutting through all obstacles. Empyrean divine origin sneered. He disdainfully said, "You want to harm me with this level of strength? Pathetic human, tremble before the gods. Ha ha ha!" He didn't dodge either. His body was motionless. It was just that his body slowly turned into a body of light that didn't receive any attacks. It was like sunlight shining down from the sun, only a bit more intense, a bit more dazzling. At this time, Luo Tian's heart shook. He didn't know whether or not the heavenly flames attack would be effective against Empyrean divine origin. Could the power of thunder block it? Luo Tian wasn't sure. He had never encountered such a strength before. He didn't know whether or not it could kill him. He couldn't help but worry. If he doesn't die, then I will. Even if old ancestor Hua, mountain strength, could resist this attack. Even if Demon Emperor Xing Tian's passive undying strength could support him for a while, he wouldn't be able to last much longer. In the end, he would die here, dying at the hands of Empyrean divine origin. Ha ha ha! Tremble! Your attack is useless against me. You are far too weak. This sort of strength is far too weak for me. Ha ha ha! Empyrean divine origin wildly laughed. He didn't care about the dozens of multicolored flames in the sky at all. In this world, no strength could harm him. He was a god. Although the profound sky continent was the source continent, this was the lowest level continent. There was no strength that could harm him, none at all. He was this confident. The Thunderbird fell. Luo Tian's black tortoise defensive power was instantly shattered. The Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird powers were the same. Finally, the Titan body defense form, the ancient golden elephant body, the golden bell shield, all of Luo Tian's defensive powers were released. Crackle, crackle, thunder and lightning smashed into his body. His body constantly emitted explosive sounds. Even his soul was about to be blown out of his body. Pain. Even his soul was trembling and groaning. This strength was too strong. Luo Tian's HP crazily fell. This strength was unstoppable. Ding. Red alert. Player's HP is too low. Please replenish. Red alert. Player's HP is too low. Please replenish. The system constantly flashed with a red alert. All Heaven's HP plummeted as if it had been struck by a laser beam. His HP plummeted in waves. All Heaven continuously vomited blood, his face as pale as death. His eyebrows furrowed together as he glared at Empyrean Xinyuan, who was laughing madly. Hurry up, hurry up. The speed of thunder and lightning was much faster than the speed of fire. Ding. Black alert. Player only has a little HP remaining. Player cannot take any damage, otherwise they will die. F*CK. It had to be said. At this time, Luo Tian was a bit scared. Who wasn't afraid of death? He wasn't erased by the system, but he was killed by this abnormal Empyrean Xinyuan. He was unwilling to accept this. Lying in the deep pit, he didn't dare to move at all. Even if a small stone were to fall onto his body, it would still take his life. He looked up at Empyrean divine origin and at the heavenly flame falling down from the skies. How is it? And are you feeling good? Empyrean Xinyuan coldly said. In front of a god, all resistance is futile. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. Ha ha ha, and at this moment, the first heavenly flame fell. Bang! It directly exploded within Empyrean Xinyuan's body of light. A bright red number floated above his head. 5,000,000! Luo Tian laughed. Ha 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 ha, God? God, your grandpa, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Now you can die for me, ha ha ha. Luo Tian was ecstatic. The strength of the heavenly flame was just too fierce. So what if he was a god? Even a god must kneel before me and sing the song of conquest. Bang! Bang! Heavenly flame after heavenly flame came crashing down. Empyrean Xinyuan's HP rapidly fell. This is the last day. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please support me. This old bull will explode tomorrow. Chapter 779. Ha ha ha, God. I think you are the god of death, a god that will soon die, ha ha ha. Luo Tian wildly laughed, venting all the anger in his heart. His own life had been hanging by a thread, as he saw Empyrean divine origin being blasted apart by the heavenly flames. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Arrogant. Keep being arrogant for this father. Aren't you a god? Aren't I a human from a lower plane, Annette? Keep being arrogant for this father. Keep being arrogant for this father. Luo Tian cursed out loud. There was no need to mention how happy he was. 10,000 evil heart flame, explode for me. 12000000 inch 6 energies, good fortune flame, explode for me. 15000000. Heavenly flames fell down one after another. These flames constantly caused tens of millions of damage. Not to mention that Empyrean divine origin was only a phantom of a god. Even a true god would be blasted to death by these heavenly flames. He couldn't resist it all and could only withstand them one at a time. What was a heavenly flame? It ignored strength, it ignored defense, it ignored all attacks. So what if he was a god? He would still tremble beneath these heavenly flames. Empyrean divine origin didn't think that Luo Tian would practice a cultivation method that he had never seen before. Nor did he think that this cultivation method would be able to harm him. Moreover, no matter how he resisted it, it was useless. There was no effect at all. How could the body of a god be injured by such an attack? Listening to Luo Tian's wild laughter and his words, Empyrean divine origin was enraged. His body began to swell. Brat, don't be so smug. You want to kill me with just you? Stop dreaming. I am the ruler of this place. Do you understand what a ruler is? I control everything here. Polar ice flame, explode for me. 18000000 before Empyrean divine origin finished speaking. Another icy flame fell down, blasting Empyrean divine origin to the ground. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that the heavenly flames would harm him, Luo Tian would have rushed up and stepped on Empyrean divine origin's head, ruthlessly slapping him several times and shouting, "You dog, show me how arrogant you are!" Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble. His voice shook the heavens as flames soared into the sky. The entire 18th floor was shaking and the sky was cracking. Boundless power of darkness from the void was slowly eroding down. The surrounding mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The paradise on earth was collapsing bit by bit. It was like the end of the world in the movies. Empyrean divine origin's face was bruised and swollen. His teeth had fallen out and his hair was disheveled. His clothes were in tatters, and he looked no different from a beggar on the streets. He was in a difficult situation, and there was nothing he could do. His speed of light was completely useless. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't avoid the deviant flame's attack. After being locked onto, the deviant flame was blasted out. Even if he hid in hell, the deviant flame would still hit him. You want to hide? There's no way in hell. Spare me. Spare me. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Empyrean divine origin begged for mercy. At this moment, he still had a little bit of health left. There were only 2 deviant flames. If nothing unexpected happened, then victory was in Luo Tian's grasp. But he was also afraid. He was afraid that Empyrean divine origin would enter a berserk state of rage. If he were to suddenly increase his health by several tens of millions, then he really wouldn't be able to call for help. Admit defeat? Admitting defeat means death. There was no other way. He could only kill him. Even if his own cultivation method caused damage, it still wouldn't be able to injure Empyrean divine origin. He had cultivated the power of the heart net. Luo Tian's attack simply couldn't hit him. If he were to spare him at this time, it would only cause unnecessary trouble for himself. Luo Tian wasn't an idiot. 3,000 burning flames. Explode for me. 240,000,000 inch. He was just a little bit away. Luo Tian had already begun to summon lust of lust in his heart. Lust of lust, I'm begging you. I'm really begging you this time. Please release your ability. Let me explode to my heart's content and turn the world upside down. Deviant flames were not Luo Tian's ultimate move. Lust of lust was Luo Tian's ultimate move. This was the most critical moment. The 24th deviant flame came crashing down. Colored glass meteor flame, explode for me. Bang! 260,000,000. In this tragedy, Empyrean divine origin's eyes were filled with rage. He crazily roared out, "Boy, just wait for your death! You cannot kill me!" Ah, a mournful scream. His health fell to the bottom. A system prompt sounded out. Luo Tian didn't listen, because Empyrean divine origin's words caused his heart to turn cold. In that instant, he rushed out and landed beside Empyrean divine origin's corpse. Bosses must have a berserk state. There must be a reason why Empyrean divine origin didn't trigger it. After dying, will he? This was what Luo Tian was worried about. Indeed, Empyrean divine origin's body began to slowly recover. Drops of light gathered on his body. Luo Tian's complexion turned cold. If this happened again, then he would be finished. The deviant flame's cool-down time was too long. If he wanted to kill him again, it would be impossible. However, Empyrean divine origin had indeed died. The reason why he had recovered was this his berserk state? Luo Tian didn't have time to think. He turned his right hand and took out the rank 8 undying goo that he obtained from Shady Mountain Corp City. He had never used this goo before. He wanted to find a powerful boss to place it in, but at this time he had no other choice. He could only stake everything on this one throw and go all out. Big Sister Ozawa, I'll have to rely on your blessings. If I ever have the chance to see Earth again, I will definitely shoot a movie with you. I guarantee you'll feel great. Luo Tian said in his heart. With a thought, he placed the undying goo on Empyrean divine origin's face. Empyrean divine origin's body didn't recover in a short period of time. He couldn't move his body. If he relied on strength, he wouldn't be able to kill him. After all, Empyrean divine origin was cultivated from the phantom of a god. Luo Tian had no way of breaking through his defenses. Even if he went all out, he wouldn't be able to injure him. He could only rely on this goo. Bless, you must succeed. Luo Tian was worried on one side. On the other, he was excited, because if the rank 8 undying goo succeeded, then he would be a phantom of a god. If he brought this to Broken Sky City, who would dare challenge him? Morong Wanjian? Slap him to death. Heaven controlling immortal sex hidden in Heavenly Dragon? Slap him to death. Star Sea immortal sex, Star Sea old ancestor? Slap him to death. Soul Hall Soul King? Slap him to death. They were all existences that could be crushed to death. If it succeeds, then this is too amazing. Luo Tian's palms were sweating. He watched as the goo constantly crawled into Empyrean divine origin's mouth and quickly drilled into his brain. With a thought, he couldn't help but sigh. Damn, this spiritual sea is even larger than the profound sky continent. Can it succeed? At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding. Requesting votes again. Chapter 780. Ding. Luo Tian held his breath, mentally preparing himself. At this moment, he was a criminal awaiting his punishment. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for controlling Empyrean Divine Origin with the Undying Goo. What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk CK? F asterisk CK. Big Sister Ozawa, I love you so much that I'm going crazy. Success. He really succeeded. Luo Tian never thought that he would succeed. He was only trying everything he could. But he didn't think that he would actually succeed. Just how cool was this? If he were to drag this divine level boss out, he would see who would dare to touch it. This was too awesome. Luo Tian was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, this is too cool. Although Empyrean Divine Origin is only the phantom of a god, he is still an existence that can crush all in the profound sky continent. So what if he has the bloodline of a true dragon? So what if he has a sword spirit? So what if he has the divine controlling immortal sect and the Star Sea immortal sect as his backing? You want to steal my woman? Watch how I deal with you, ha ha ha! With such a powerful little brother like Empyrean Divine Origin as his henchman, he would be a complete mess. Immediately, Luo Tian's thoughts stirred. His eyebrows sank. He ordered, "Get up for me!" The rank 8 Undying Goo didn't dare to disobey. The events that occurred in Shady Mountain Corp City were still vivid in its mind. When Luo Tian went crazy, he was too terrifying. Empyrean Divine Origin's eyes widened. He suddenly stood up from the ground and stood beside Luo Tian. He stood motionless like a soldier. Luo Tian nearly jumped out of his skin in fright. He still remembered Empyrean Divine Origin's strength from just now. He feared that he would come back to life and use the Thunderbird again. If so, he really wouldn't be able to block it. Luo Tian smiled with satisfaction. Turn that mountain in front of us into powder with the Thunderbird. Let's see how strong you are first. This was what Luo Tian cared about the most right now. Empyrean Divine Origin's body moved. The golden staff in his hands shook several times, and a bolt of lightning flashed from one end of the staff. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. Thunderbird attack. Empyrean Divine Origin's staff moved, and a bolt of lightning flew out. However, after flying for less than half a meter, the lightning bolt that was not even the size of a fingernail disappeared with 2 crackling sounds. Thunderbirds should have 3 million volts of electricity. Now, not to mention 3 million volts, it didn't even reach 3 volts. Luo Tian was puzzled. What's going on? How could he only have this much power? Try something else. Release the lightning beast for me. Empyrean Divine Origin's expression twisted. He was like a puppet that had lost control of itself. He didn't even release a single bit of thunder, much less a 60 million volt thunder beast. F asterisk CK. This is 2F asterisk cat up. Completely useless. The Thunderbird can't be released, the lightning beast can't be released, and the heart net can't detect it. What's the point of having you? You even wasted my 8th rank Undying Goo. This is a huge loss. Luo Tian couldn't help but complain. Ha! Lin Ming let out a long sigh. He looked at Empyrean Divine Origin's wooden face and said, "It seems that because his body hasn't fully recovered, his strength has been greatly reduced. He can't even release the most basic Thunderbird." Indeed, the reason that the 8th rank Undying Goo was able to invade Empyrean Divine Origin's body was because Empyrean Divine Origin had died. His defensive power wasn't even at 0, 1% of its normal level. This gave the Undying Goo an opportunity to take advantage of. Otherwise, even a divine rank Goo wouldn't be able to invade Empyrean Divine Origin's body. Then there was Empyrean Divine Origin's body hadn't fully recovered before it was invaded, causing his strength to be greatly damaged. Thinking of this, Luo Tian felt that he had been overjoyed. He opened the system and looked at Empyrean Divine Origin stats. War Pet, Empyrean Divine Origin, incomplete, rank, level 1 defense, 1000000 strength. 1 description. Empyrean Divine Origin is the phantom of a god. Because he hasn't fully recovered, his strength has been damaged and his defense has not changed. He needs to swallow thunder attribute abilities to level up. Once he reaches level 100, he can release the Thunderbird. 1 point of strength? Luo Tian nearly laughed out loud. Even a dung beetle's strength isn't just 1 point. When he saw Empyrean Divine Origin's defense, Luo Tian's jaw nearly fell off. 1,000,000 points of defense. What kind of concept is that? He's in an invincible state. Who can break through his defense? That's too awesome. Ha ha ha. I knew that the heavens were good to me. With this fellow as my meat shield, I'll be able to kill whoever I want. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian excitedly muttered to himself as he looked at Empyrean Xinyuan's description. Thunder attribute energy. Where am I supposed to find that? Reaching level 100 is just too difficult. But if I can reach level 100 and release the Thunderbird, that will absolutely be an existence that can instantly kill anyone. There are all sorts of powers in this world. I'm sure I can find thunder attribute energy. Immediately, Luo Tian retracted his thoughts and directly stored Empyrean Divine Origin into his spatial ring. Then he rubbed his hands, saliva dripping from his mouth, and said, "Now, let's see what kind of things will drop. I was too nervous just now and didn't listen. System, replay it for me, ha ha ha, ding." Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Empyrean Divine Origin for obtaining 100 million experience points. Mystical Chi value 1 million points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Heartnet. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Thunderbird. Do you wish to cultivate it? Wow, this is too awesome. Luo Tian was so happy that he almost shouted out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Mystic Emperor level 1. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the cultivation method reward. The reward cultivation method is the 2nd ranked flame of the mysterious flame. Awesome! Luo Tian roared out again. The system beep continued to sound out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Empyrean Divine Origin for obtaining an SSS rating. Do you wish to start the lottery? Yes. This time Luo Tian did not wait, and the wheel of mysterious flame began to spin. Luo Tian drew another 4 types of heavenly flames. In addition to the heavenly flames he obtained from the cultivation method and the number of heavenly flames he had, Luo Tian had obtained a total of 29 types of heavenly flames. If he could instantly kill Empyrean Divine Origin, then killing Morong Wanjian would be much easier. The system continued to sound out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for destroying the Earth's core pagoda for obtaining a reward of 1 billion experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining an SS rating for the Earth's core pagoda mission. You have obtained a mysterious reward, 10 Mystic Emperor pills. What? Mystic Emperor pills? 10. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. F***CK, this time it will be hard to not blow up the profound sky continent. Mystic Emperor has a lot of supreme powerhouses, right? I will directly create 10 Mystic Emperor Supreme Powerhouses. Morong Wanjian, your end is here. Ha ha ha. Broken Sky City, I am coming. My stomach hurts. This chapter is a bit slow to write. My stomach hurts is not the main point. The main point is that there is still an hour until the new week. A new month. Everyone has a guaranteed monthly vote. Regarding tomorrow's explosion, how should we do it? Let's play a new trick. This month, we are ranked 5th in the Genesis monthly votes. Tomorrow, if we are ranked 5th, we will add 5 chapters. If we are ranked 4th, we will add 6 chapters. If we are ranked 3rd, we will add 7 chapters. If we are ranked second, we will add 8 chapters. If we are ranked first, we will add 20 chapters. Brothers of the Chrysanthemum team, have you prepared your chrysanthemum spears? Please go crazy tomorrow. The higher the ranking, the more chapters we will add. Old Bull will go all out tomorrow. Chapter 781. The Earth's core tower was destroyed, and the rewards were bountiful. However, this was only the first step of the Save the Tian continent ultimate mission. Luo Tian calmed down. The system immediately sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the second phase of the Save the Tian continent mission. Enter the Earth's core. Do you wish to enter now? No. Luo Tian didn't even consider and rejected it. Tomorrow was Li Shui's wedding day. He had to rush over and turn Duantian City upside down. He had to trample Morong Wanjian under his feet and let those so-called mystic darch martial artists have a good look. The best would be for them to kneel in front of him and sing Conquer. If he couldn't do this, he wouldn't be Luo Tian. At the same time, Luo Tian checked the second phase of the mission. Entering the Earth's core is only the second phase. There should be a third phase. It seems like the reward for this mission is to gather all 108 strange flames. Unfortunately, there's no time. Time. It really wasn't enough time. Otherwise, Luo Tian would definitely complete this mission before leaving. If he could gather all 108 mysterious fires, he would be able to gain a foothold in the primordial world. Luo Tian had to go to the ancient world. However, he also knew that the ancient world's undead emperors and 7 luminaries god sovereign were overlords. Once he entered, the 2 of them would definitely know. If he didn't have a foothold in the ancient world, he would be killed. This wasn't what he wanted. If he gathered all the strange flames in the strange flame ranking, it would be different. You want to kill me? I will use the strange flames to kill you first. Let's see who will be the one to die. Besides the lack of time, Luo Tian was worried that Erden and the others would mess around. He was worried that Fatty Lei, Xian Yuani, and the others would go berserk if they didn't see him. He was worried that Chun Chun and the others would cry if they didn't see him. These were all things that Luo Tian didn't want to see. He was even more worried that Li Shui would be sad. What worried Luo Tian the most was that if he couldn't fulfill the oath he made, his penis would be impotent for the rest of his life. So, Luo Tian had to go out. After that, Luo Tian commanded with his mind, "Activate the teleportation formation!" Breaking through the Earth's core tower would give him a second chance to be teleported out. This was the mission setting. Of course, after rescuing Li Shui, Luo Tian could still enter the core and complete the rest of the mission. Ding! Activate the teleportation array. Teleport to Mount Hua Palace. Luo Tian smiled excitedly and said, "Brothers, I'm coming." He stepped into the teleportation array. A second later, he arrived at the main hall of Mount Hua, and the teleportation array disappeared. Erden, King Kong, Little White, Yunling, Shuang, and that deadly poison widow, I'm back. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. Get ready to march into Duantian City. This time we must kill Morong Wanjian. Before he could finish, Luo Tian suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. There was not a single person in the entire Mount Hua Palace. There wasn't even a single disciple guarding the door. What was going on? Luo Tian's face darkened as he released his idea. His face was filled with shock. Not a single person. Not only was there no one in the main hall of Mount Hua, there was not a single person in the entire Mount Hua immortal sect. Luo Tian's heart sank as he cried out, "This is bad." They must have gone to Duantian City. This time, Luo Tian started to worry. Just as he was about to leave, he found a letter placed in a conspicuous place. Luo Tian opened the letter and clenched his fists tightly. They went 3 days ago. Why didn't they stop me? Those great devils in the soul refining array were also ambushed. Some are dead, some are injured, and their current fighting strength. Now, The thing that Luo Tian was most worried about had happened. Everyone in the Mount Hua immortal sect had gone to Duan Tian City. Once they started fighting, how could they be a match for those supreme experts of the mystic arch? The devils in the soul refining array were severely injured. This was a very powerful force of Luo Tian's, but it was not of much use now. He wanted to bring them to Duan Tian City to turn it upside down, but now it seemed everything had taken a turn for the worse. Please don't let anything happen. Luo Tian cried out in his heart as he locked onto his target. The target was not Duan Tian City. It was Baiming City. The power of the mystic arch was fully released, and an extremely dense aura was directly cut through the void. It was extremely arrogant and fast, not counting the mystic arch. All the supreme experts could sense it. Who is it? This aura is unfamiliar. Could it be that a new mystic arch has been born in Tianxian continent? Why is there not a trace of energy fluctuation? That's strange. Who exactly is this? Luo Tian broke through to the mystic arch realm in the Earth Core Pagoda. The outside world could not sense his power, so no one knew that he had broken through to the mystic arch realm. Zi Luolan had also announced to the outside world that Luo Tian was dead and would never appear again. During this period of time, Li Shueger had never smiled or said a word. Her face suddenly became incomparably cold, and ordinary people could not get close to her. She was heartbroken. An hour later, Baiming City. Just like before, Exaner stood on the city walls of Baiming City and looked into the distance like a wife waiting for her husband to return. Seeing a figure descending from the sky, she smiled gently and happily. At the same time, tears welled up in her eyes. She had already prepared for everything. The moment her veil was taken off by Luo Tian, she had already prepared for everything. For such a long time, she had governed Baiming City very well. Now, even without her, Baiming City could still operate very well. She felt that it was time for her to leave with Luo Tian. Exaner. Luo Tian looked at Exaner's smile, and a warm current surged in his heart. Where did he get this blessing from in his life to be able to make so many girls fall in love with him? He was a little touched in his heart. Exan ran up directly and threw herself into Luo Tian's arms naturally. She said softly, "You're finally back." Luo Tian instantly seemed to be electrocuted, and then said, "Are they all still here?" Exina nodded and said, "They are all here. I said that you will come back today, and they are all waiting for you. I told them last time, but they didn't listen to me. They must avenge Uncle Tong and Uncle Wei. So Luo Tian said, 'Don't worry. This time I will make Devil Sect and Immortal Sect pay 1,000 times the price.'" A few minutes later, Luo Tian appeared in the Soul Refining Great Array. All the demon kings looked at Luo Tian, and their eyes were filled with shock. Luo Tian took out 10 Mystic Emperor pills and said, "Mystic Emperor pill, the person who consumes it can immediately break through to Mystic Emperor. But in this lifetime, your cultivation can only be Mystic Emperor and cannot improve. You can choose to give up or choose to. I want it. I want it. I want it too. We want to take revenge." In the morning, there was an election in the village. Old Bull had to help some grandparents and uncles who didn't know how to write to fill in the name list. There was no way to write. Now, the monthly votes were 4th, and there were 6 chapters, including the guaranteed 5 chapters. That was 11 chapters. Today, I will do my best to complete it. I am less than 100 votes away from the great God in front. Brothers of the Chrysanthemum team, can you be more fierce? You have to keep up with the recommendation votes. P.S. Old Bull doesn't have a single chapter in reserve. He will enter crazy mode in the afternoon. Chapter 782. Mystic Emperor Pill. On the way to Baiming City, Luo Tian checked the attributes. The user would be able to break through the Mystic Emperor realm in an instant and obtain the power of the Mystic Emperor realm. There would be no difference between him and an ordinary Mystic Emperor realm expert. However, its drawback was that he would never be able to break through. He could only stay in the Mystic Emperor realm for the rest of his life. Mystic Emperor realm experts also had a limit to their lifespan. Once they consumed the Mystic Emperor pill, they would die when their lifespan ran out. When the system rewarded the Mystic Emperor pill, Luo Tian instantly thought of Morong Bai and the rest. But with their personalities, they would definitely not consume the Mystic Emperor pill. They would definitely want to follow Luo Tian to a bigger world and a bigger stage. If their cultivation was limited to the Mystic Emperor realm, it would be difficult for them to obtain stronger powers in the future. In the soul refining array, those injured demon kings who were on the verge of death immediately became spirited. They did not think of anything else. Only for revenge. They did not think of anything else. As for their cultivation being stuck forever, so what? As long as they could wash away their shame, they would not hesitate even if they had to die. This was a devil. Luo Tian looked at them one by one, and his heart sank. He thought to himself, Lu Qingfeng, you are King good. You actually ignored your ancestors. Your devil sect master can be considered to have come to an end. Immediately after, Luo Tian took out all 10 Mystic Emperor pills and said, I only have 10 Mystic Emperor pills, which means that only 10 of you can become a Mystic Emperor realm expert. You can choose yourselves. No matter who it is, I want to remind you that once you choose, there is no turning back. All the devils looked at each other. Almost everyone took a step forward. They all wanted it. All of them wanted to personally take revenge and chop Lu Qingfeng into pieces. But there were only 10 Mystic Emperor pills. Xer could not help but say, Uncles, the seals on your bodies have just been released, and your powers have not fully recovered. Your potential is definitely able to break through the Mystic Emperor realm. Why don't you let those who are about to die take the Mystic Emperor pill? This way, their lifespan will be guaranteed and they will have more time to accompany everyone. Miss Xer is right. Let's do that. Everyone don't fight. No matter who obtains the Mystic Emperor pellet, the first thing they have to do is to kill this dog, Lu Qingfeng. Whoever obtains the Mystic Emperor pellet and doesn't kill him, I won't let him off even if I become a ghost. That's right. We must kill Lu Qingfeng and wash away the shame of our devil sect. After tens of thousands of years, the devil sect has become like this. I'm furious just looking at it. I have to avenge the child devil and the dimensional devil. Everyone spoke one after another, their words filled with deep hatred. This time, they were played by Lu Qingfeng, and they couldn't stand it anymore. In the past, they had no way to deal with a supreme expert, like the Mystic Tharch. Now that they had the Mystic Emperor pellet, they also had the chance to take revenge. It gave them hope for revenge. In their hearts, they were very grateful to Luo Tian. No matter what, it was Luo Tian who unsealed their bodies and gave them the chance to take revenge. In the past, they might have only regarded Luo Tian as the god of gamblers, a fun kid. Now, in their hearts, Luo Tian was their leader. Mystic Emperor pellet. On the surface, it didn't look too good. His cultivation had been stuck at the Mystic Emperor realm for his entire life. However, there were tens of billions of martial artists in the Tian-Shin continent, but only a few tens of supreme experts like the Mystic Emperor. Many of them couldn't even step into the Mystic Emperor realm in their entire lives. If the Mystic Emperor pellet was known to the outside world, the entire continent would probably fight over it. Even the supreme experts like the Mystic Emperor would make a move. This pellet was too powerful. After a few minutes, 10 demon kings stood out. Luo Tian didn't beat around the bush and gave each of them 1 pellet. The choice was in their hands. Everything depends on you. The leader of the demon kings took the Mystic Emperor pellet and swallowed it. Buzz. A buzzing sound suddenly erupted from the soul, refining grand array. A huge Mystic Emperor's power fluctuated, shaking the heavens and earth. The sky above the Tian-Shin continent surged, and all kinds of powerful energy constantly converged into the soul, refining grand array. Rumble, rumble. Rumble. Their energies collided, exploding wildly and condensing unceasingly. The expression of the Devil King turned malevolent as his body underwent transformations. His strength was like an ocean, growing stronger at a frenzied pace. This strength caused the surrounding atmosphere to become extremely stifling, forcing everyone around him to retreat. A new supreme expert of the Mystic Emperor has been born. Who could it be? Could it be that kid Luo Tian? There aren't many experts at the peak of the 9th stage of the profound God realm in the Tian-Shan continent. Who could it be that broke through at this time? Go and investigate immediately. After you find out, immediately invite him to Broken Sky City. Around Broken Sky City, one after another, huge spiritual scents spread out. They wanted to find him, but they couldn't find him. Tsang Tianlong's face was slightly shocked as he muttered to himself. Who could it be? The new supreme expert of the Mystic Emperor. Why is there no sign at all? Is it someone from a second-rate immortal sect? The Star Ocean ancestor couldn't help but ask. Tsang Tianlong said, "It shouldn't be. There aren't many experts at the 9th stage of the profound God realm. The second-rate immortal sect doesn't have any experts at the 9th stage of the profound God realm." Not waiting for them to finish, the sky suddenly sank again, and another huge wave of Mystic Emperor energy fluctuated. Rumble! With a loud sound, another Mystic Emperor expert was born. Tsang Tianlong's eyes suddenly bulged and his heart sank. He said, "Another supreme expert of the Mystic Emperor?" 2 people broke through consecutively, and their auras were hidden by some kind of array power. Who could it be? Soul King, is it someone from your soul palace? No. Are the ancestors of the 10 great immortal sects your people? No, none of them. Then who could it be? The supreme experts of the Mystic Emperor experts around Broken Sky City started to discuss. Immediately after, boom, 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 8 consecutive waves of power rang out, and the Mystic Emperor's power was crazily revolving and expanding, bursting out. Although it wasn't as strong as Morong Wanjian and Li Shuer, the power of any Mystic Emperor expert couldn't be ignored. In the Tian-Shan continent, there was the power of absolute experts. At this time, Broken Sky City was a little chaotic. Tsang Tianlong's face secretly changed, and he shouted, "Go and investigate! You must investigate! Find out who they are. Find out what their purpose is before dawn. You must find out for me. We must not let anyone destroy the wedding of the true dragon and the female phoenix. Their union must not be destroyed." Tsang Tianlong's heart began to worry. The Star Ocean ancestor's face was also very ugly, and he whispered to himself, "Who could it be?" Inside the soul refining array, Xian handed Luo Tian a metal-like item and said, "You know how to use it. This time I will go with you, and we will definitely save Sister Shui. From now on, a chapter will be updated every hour until 12 p.m. Give Old Bull an hour for dinner in the middle. Then, just 70 more votes to explode the chrysanthemum in front. Brothers of the chrysanthemum team, this Old Bull is begging for chrysanthemum. Explode for me!" The Mad Bull mode was activated. Chapter 783. It was another teleportation emblem. It was the same as the old couple in the Shadow Mountain Corpse City. It was the same as the Gnome Tribe's Fan Chongjian. It was the same as the Heavenly Palace Divine Race. They were all teleportation emblems. As long as they were crushed, they could immediately teleport a large group of people over. Luo Tian didn't hesitate. After receiving it, he gently caressed Xen-Er's face and smiled. "Don't worry about me. I will be fine. No one in this world can kill me. My fate is not controlled by anyone." Xen-Er smiled like a blooming flower. She gently hummed and said a no. Immediately after, Luo Tian left in large strides. He still had many things to do and couldn't stay in Baiming City for too long. Looking at Luo Tian's back view, Xen-Er smiled faintly. Her eyes became serious as she muttered, "No matter who it is, I won't let them hurt you. I guarantee it with my life." While they were talking, a power that didn't belong to this world rose from Xan-Er's body. Power of destiny. Luo Tian didn't bring the 10 mystic emperor experts in the demon soul refining array. He also knew that the mystic emperor experts in Broken Sky City didn't know that the 10 newly born mystic emperor experts used the mystic emperor elixir to break through. They also didn't know where the demon kings were. They only knew one thing. In the short span of a minute, 10 mystic emperor experts suddenly appeared in the Tian-Xian continent. Just this point alone was enough to make them worried. Mystic emperor experts are many, right? Yours, I have all of them. What you don't have, I still have them. Luo Tian sneered in his heart and crazily shuttled through the night sky. Morong Wanjian, just you wait. Hee. Luo Tian hurriedly moved forward. As he moved in the direction of Broken Sky City, he was worried about the safety of Air Dan and the rest. There was also Fatty Lei, Xian Yuan Yi, Blind Lu, and Chun Chun. Tomorrow was the day they had agreed on. They might have already arrived in advance. If he didn't appear, there might be a riot. By then, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be a match for the mystic emperor experts. Luo Tian was worried, Duantian City. In a room in the western courtyard of the imperial city, Song Tianlong's expression was very ugly. He snorted coldly and said, "Trash, all of you are trash. 10 mystic Darch supreme experts were born in one go. You didn't even let me find out. How did you become the sovereign?" In front of Song Tianlong, Venerable Liang was very submissive. His body was trembling and his face was green. He felt extremely uncomfortable being suppressed by Song Tianlong's mystic Darch realm aura. Master, this disciple is incompetent. Please punish me." In front of Song Tianlong, Liang Jinren was like an ant. Be careful at all times. He was well aware of Song Tianlong's methods. If you can't even do one thing well, what's the use of having you around? Song Tianlong glared at him. Reverend Scorching Sun immediately fell to his knees, his body trembling. He was as scared as a dog. Song Tianlong snorted coldly and said, "Get out of here. Go and investigate. Where are those motley crew from the Mount Hua immortal sect? Was it all under control? Also, find out all the mysterious experts that appeared in Duantian City. Nothing must go wrong at tomorrow's wedding and heaven-worshipping ceremony. Otherwise, I'll take your life." Reverend Scorching Sun immediately replied, as if he had been pardoned, "This disciple understands. This disciple has already investigated. Those disciples from the Mount Hua immortal sect have all entered the city as commoners. Those Luo Tian's brothers and women have all been watched by the strongest mystic god experts of the 10 great immortal sects. As long as the order is given, they will all be caught in one fell swoop. You don't have to worry about this. The mysterious experts that appeared in the city are also being closely monitored. As of now, they have not been discovered. Mount Hua immortal sect? Even if your Mount Hua old ancestor is here, don't even think about ruining my plans." Song Tianlong's face revealed a disdainful sneer. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the pitch-black night sky. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he laughed sinisterly. "After tomorrow, I will become the ruler of the Tianxian continent. If I want to ascend, I will be able to ascend. I will definitely be able to step into a stronger plane." Ha, Reverend Liang immediately said, "Master, you will rule the Tianxian continent forever. Hurry up and get to work." "Yes, Master." Huff! The moment Reverend Liang walked out of the room, cold sweat broke out all over his body. His gaze was cold and ferocious, and he was extremely displeased. However, he did not dare to complain or even think about it. Song Tianlong's power was the most terrifying power he had ever seen. Even if the mystic Darch experts of the other 9 great immortal sects were to join forces, they might not be his match. His power was too strong. Furthermore, once he grasped some kind of power tomorrow, no one on this continent would be his match. Reverend Lai Yang hurriedly walked out. Skybreak City, the slums. Murong Bai had transformed into a beggar with some dirt smeared on his face. He really went all out with this getup. With his personality of being vain, this was absolutely impossible. However, for tomorrow he did not care about his image. He knew that he might die after tomorrow. So what if he cared about his image? Dainyu, how are things on your side? Any news about sister-in-law? Murong Bai asked in a low voice. King Kong, who was dressed as a servant, sneaked out of a certain general's residence. He shook his head and said, No, I almost killed that general's playboy son, but I still could not get anything out of him. His father doesn't know either. Senior brother, should we kidnap the city lord tonight? I don't believe that he doesn't know where sister-in-law is. Damn it. Big Beard immediately said, Don't worry, Dainyu. It's possible that sister-in-law is not here yet. We can't miss it. Besides, tomorrow is the wedding. Logically, there should be a wedding procession. We can follow them and find the right opportunity. Murong Bai was stunned and said, The wedding procession might be a trap. We will most likely be discovered if we enter Skybreak City. They are waiting for us to show up so that they can catch us all in one fell swoop. Let's wait and see if there is any news about Senior Sister Han and Cold Frost. Most of the disciples of the Huashan Immortal sect were hiding in the mountains 100 kilometers away from the city. As Erden would expose himself too easily, he did not appear. The others entered Skybreak City in disguise. Their purpose was to find out about Li Shuer's whereabouts. They wanted to rescue Li Shuer before the wedding. However, what they did not know was, from the moment they entered the city, they were targeted by Spiritual Master Lai Yang's men. Their every move was under Spiritual Master Lai Yang's control. On Vermilion Bird Avenue, it was bustling with activity. The biggest brothel in the city was here. At this moment, in one of the rooms, Cold Frost was lying on the ground with blood at the corner of her mouth. She glared at the man in front of her, Spiritual Master Lai Yang. Chapter 3. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Because Old Bull did not have any drafts, he could only write chapter by chapter. However, Old Bull could go all out and write like a mad bull. Chapter 784. Humph. Bitch, you will also fall into my hands. Spiritual Master Lai Yang sneered. He stared at Lung Hans Huang on the ground and looked her up and down. He said disdainfully, What a delicate woman. She has breasts and buttocks, especially those cold eyes. They are so charming that I can't help but feel possessive. It's just that I have no interest in women who are not virgins. Otherwise, I would definitely let you see my power. Ha ha ha, Cold Frost. You didn't expect this, did you? If you want to wait here for the king of Skybreak City and ask about the whereabouts of the female phoenix, Li Shuer, everything about you is under my control. No, it should be that everything about you is under my control. Reverend Scorching Sun sneered complacently with an unusually excited expression. After coming out of Tsang Tianlong's room, he was very unhappy. He wanted to vent. Then he came to Yihong Courtyard. At first, he wanted to make a move on Yunling and Yunyi. However, they actually left. Only Cold Frost was still here. Just as Spiritual Master Lai Yang said, Cold Frost wanted to wait for a certain prince of Duantin City and find out where Li Shuer was. However, she did not expect Spiritual Master Lai Yang to come. As soon as she entered the door, before she could react, she was slapped to the ground by Spiritual Master Lai Yang. She was only at the early stage of the profound God realm. It was impossible for her to be Spiritual Master Lai Yang's opponent. In an instant, she was suppressed. Cold Frost's eyes darkened. She was not afraid, but she began to worry. She was worried about Yunling, Yunyi, and the others. They were already very careful, but they were still discovered. Lung Hans Huang raised her eyes coldly. Her whole body emitted a cold aura like an iceberg. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped. She sneered and said, So what if you did this? You will still die tomorrow. Luo Tian will definitely come for your dog life. Humph. Pa. Before he could finish speaking, Venerable Liang slapped him again. Cold Frost did not have time to dodge. She took the heavy slap and spat out a mouthful of black blood. She sneered even more excitedly. What? Are you scared? Back then, you ran away from the southern heavenly gate like a dog. Tomorrow, you definitely won't be able to keep your dog life. Spiritual Master Liang's eyes were filled with killing intent as an invisible ninth order profound God realm power burst out from his body. His eyes widened as he sneered. Luo Tian? Would he appear? Perhaps you still don't know, but the place you entered last time is called the Earth's Core Pagoda. You can only enter that place, but you can't leave. Inside that place are all powerful demon beasts from higher planes. Do you think Luo Tian is a match for the demon beasts of the ancient world? An opponent from the divine plane? For countless years in the profound sky continent, countless experts have entered the Earth's core pagoda, and all of them died inside. Do you think Luo Tian can come out? Ha ha ha. He's long dead now. Do you know why the female phoenix agreed to marry Morong Wanjian? It's because she knows that Luo Tian is dead. I believe you understand the star power of the female phoenix better than I do. She couldn't even sense Luo Tian's existence. Do you think Luo Tian is still alive? Even if he didn't die, he left the Earth's core pagoda alive. He came to Duantian City in front of 11 mystic, dark, supreme experts. Do you think he has a chance to survive? I'm really scared. I'm scared that he won't appear. If that's the case, I won't be able to watch him die. Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud. Spiritual Master Liang laughed crazily. The entire happy red courtyard was trembling. Cold Frost's face turned pale. She was extremely shocked and her body was trembling. No, he won't die. He definitely won't die. You're lying. You're lying to me. Thinking about the Lava Beast King on the first level of the Earth's core pagoda, her heart sank again. She had never seen that kind of demon beast before. It was so powerful that it couldn't be shaken. Luo Tian had almost died, and that was only the first level. The second level would definitely be stronger. The third level, the fourth level. It was impossible to imagine what kind of demon beast he would encounter later on. The more she thought about it, the more afraid, cold, Frost became. When she thought of the words he said the moment the teleportation was closed, Cold Frost's heart became extremely painful. She raised her eyes slightly and stared coldly at Spiritual Master Liang. All of a sudden, Cold Frost was like a madman. She released all the power in her body and directly activated the power of her primordial spirit. Die. She wanted to self-destruct. She wanted to perish together with Spiritual Master Liang. To be able to perish together with Spiritual Master Liang, who was at the 9th level of the profound God realm. Her death was worth it. Luo Tian was dead. Then she didn't want to live either. Cold Frost looked very cold. From the Jade Mountain City, she had ignored Luo Tian and even hated him. Now that she had truly fallen in love with Luo Tian, it was completely different. Luo Tian was dead, and she didn't want to live either. Die. Go to the underworld to find Luo Tian. It was just that her reaction speed was a little slower. For Spiritual Master Liang, it was much slower. Spiritual Master Liang sneered and said, Primordial Spirit self-destruct? You want to perish together with me? Cold Frost, I think you're thinking too much. With your cultivation, you still dare to use Primordial Spirit self-destruct in front of me? Get down. The power of the 9th level of the profound God realm suddenly burst forth. The pressure was like a mountain, directly crushing Cold Frost to the ground. The power of her primordial spirit was also instantly crushed, unable to move. This was the difference between realms. Even the primordial spirit, self-destruct, could not be used. Cold Frost's eyes were bloodshot and her heart was dead. She muttered to herself, Luo Tian, I'm coming to accompany you. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Spiritual Master Liang took a step forward with a cold smile on his lips. A thick power condensed in the palm of his hand, and the power wreaked havoc in the room. Cold Frost's heart was dead silent. She didn't really believe the words of Spiritual Master Liang, but she believed in Li Shuer. Li Shuer's ability was to fill the sky with stars. Wherever there were stars, there would be her eyes. She could sense any corner of the Tianqian continent, and she couldn't sense Luo Tian. That meant that Luo Tian was really not in this world. Her heart was dead. Looking at Spiritual Master Liang step closer, she did not struggle. She closed her eyes slightly and revealed a faint smile, a happy smile, and thought to herself, "In my next life, I still want to be your woman. I'll definitely let you spank my little butt. Die." Spiritual Master Liang's palm struck down. At that moment, a cold light pierced through and pressed against his throat. A cold voice sounded. "If you dare to move again, you'll die." The speed of the sword was too fast. It was so fast that words could not describe it. Spiritual Master Liang was considered the strongest existence below the profound God realm, but he did not even have time to react to this sword. It was too fast. Spiritual Master Liang opened his eyes. A sword, a huge black sword with endless domineering aura. Titanic sword. Xian Yuan appeared. Only 45 votes left. Brothers of the Chrysanthemum team, kill him. In Mad Bull mode. Chapter 785. If you move, I'll kill you. Sword, domineering. Human, even more domineering. Furthermore, what shocked Spiritual Master Liang the most was that the giant sword at his throat seemed to be breathing. Like a human, it rose and fell, vaguely releasing an extremely powerful and domineering sword intent. He had never seen such a sword intent before. It was too powerful. He looked at the person who appeared in front of him like a ghost. It was a person he could not see through. He could not even sense how strong his cultivation was. Could it be a newly born, mystic, the Arch Supreme Expert? Spiritual Master Liang's heart sank again as he swallowed his saliva. He was very clear about his own cultivation. The strongest existence below the mystic Tharch. To be able to hold a sword at his throat without him being able to react, this cultivation level was definitely that of a mystic Tharch Supreme Expert. If that was the case, Spiritual Master Liang's face turned pale. He laughed dryly and said, "My lord, please calm down. I won't move. I definitely won't move." He was afraid. If it was a mystic God realm expert, he would definitely not be afraid. However, if it was a mystic Tharch Supreme Expert, he had no way to resist at all. He was very clear about the terror of the mystic Thearcha's power. Even if he had 100 lives, it would not be enough. Xian Yuan was expressionless as he said to Cold Frost, who was on the ground waiting for death, Hey, are you okay?" Spiritual Master Liang immediately said she wanted to self-destruct her primordial spirit. "I just saved her life. When I retracted my power, she should have fainted. Hero, I am a good person. I have no ill intentions." At this moment, Spiritual Master Liang no longer dared to show any arrogance. Just like a dog, he was also puzzled. When did such a powerful figure appear in Broken Sky City? No wonder Master asked him to pay attention to the mysterious expert in Broken Sky City. This guy must be a mystic Tharch Supreme Expert and must have broken through not long ago. Why did he come to Broken Sky City? Why did he appear in Happy Red Court? Could it be that he was also here for the miracle? In an instant, Spiritual Master Liang smiled and said, "My lord, are you also here for the miracle?" "I am Spiritual Master Liang of the Imperial Immortal Sect. My master is Tsang Tianlong. He has always wanted to make friends with an expert like you. Why don't I introduce you?" Xian Yuan did not care. Instead, he asked, "I heard you say that Luo Tian is dead. Did you say that?" Reverend Scorching Sun was somewhat astonished. He could not help but ask Luo Tian, "Are you Luo Tian's friend?" Xian Yuan shook his head no. "Oh, Ardent Sun's heart relaxed. As long as it wasn't Luo Tian's friend, it was fine. His heart nearly stopped beating from fright. He immediately laughed and said, "That dog Luo Tian actually entered the Earth's core tower alone. Is that a place where trash like him can enter? The Earth's core tower is the most dangerous place in the profound sky continent. It's filled with powerful creatures from other higher planes. How could he come out alive? He must have died in there. Dying in there is letting him off easy. If he dares to appear, I will never let him off." Lai Yongzhenren said proudly. He looked at Xian Yuan Yi, whose eyes darkened slightly, and couldn't help but ask, "What's your relationship with him?" Xian Yuan Yi's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "He's my boss." Gulp. Spiritual Master Liang's body trembled and he almost knelt down. His face instantly turned pale as he stuttered. Yi's face was expressionless as he asked again, "Why are you so sure that my boss won't be able to come out?" Spiritual Master Lai Yang trembled intensely and said, "I didn't say it. It was the Soul King from the Hall of Souls who said it. He was the first to discover the geocentric tower. Furthermore, the female phoenix's power of stars couldn't sense Luo Tian. It's enough to prove that he's dead inside." Xian Yuan Yi's face was filled with displeasure. He raised his eyebrows and coldly said, "You called my boss a dog? Die. You even said that my boss is a piece of trash. He's still going to die. So, die." A domineering aura rose from the gigantic sword. Buzz! Sword cries rang out in all directions. It was extremely violent. Venerable Scorching Sun's expression changed again. Sword spirit? You've also comprehended a sword spirit? And it's a sword spirit with domineering power. How is that possible? He was dumbfounded. Comprehending sword intent was even harder than breaking through to the mystic Darch realm. Murong Wanjian could only comprehend a sword spirit because he possessed the bloodline of a true dragon. However, the man in front of him couldn't sense any bloodline power at all. How did he comprehend a sword spirit? This was absolutely impossible. Furthermore, the comprehension of a sword spirit would affect the powerful forces above the Tian-Xian continent. As the sect master of the Divine Mastery Immortal sect, he would definitely be able to sense it. However, he had no idea at all. He had never sensed it before. The pale-faced Bai Qi arrived. Lai Yongzhenren's hatred for Luo Tian rose again. He cursed in his mind, "You son of a bitch! You're already dead and you still won't let me go? Even if I die, your brothers won't make it out alive." In an instant, Venerable Scorching Sun's expression changed. At this moment, he didn't think too much. With his life threatened and unable to escape, he could only fight with all his might. The power of a level 9 mystic god burst forth. It soared to the peak. Venerable Scorching Sun sneered, "Kid, you better think this through. There are no less than 10 mystic thearchs in Duantian City. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to escape. The woman beside you is your boss woman. He has to die too. Why don't you try touching me?" Xian Yuan Yi glanced sideways at cold frost on the ground. He looked up again and said coldly, "So what? Since you said that my boss is dead, I'll tell you directly. The entire Duantian City will be turned upside down by me." All of a sudden, the domineering sword spirit suddenly moved. The powerful sword aura crushed Venerable Scorching Sun to his knees. The gigantic sword moved and slapped Venerable Scorching Sun's old face, flipping him to the ground. He shouted, "Kill!" The sword spirit crushed. It directly slammed down. The power of a level 9 mystic god was like a 3-year-old child in front of Xian Yuan Yi. There was no resistance at all. Venerable Scorching Sun was so scared that he peed his pants. Just as he was about to scream, Cold Frost slowly woke up. Venerable Scorching Sun also took the opportunity to shout, "She's awake." Cold Frost opened her eyes and said, "Where is this?" "Big brother Luo Tian, I'm here to find you." She thought she was dead. It was just that she hadn't entered the underworld yet. At this moment, Xian Yuan Yi was shocked by Cold Frost's words. He retracted his power and looked sideways at Cold Frost. He couldn't help but ask, "You're also my sister-in-law?" Ha ha ha! Boom! Venerable Scorching Sun flew out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After escaping, he laughed wildly and said, "All of you, just you wait. Tonight, all of you from Huashan Immortal Sect will die. Just you wait." Chapter 5. The old cow went to eat some grass and rest for an hour. At night, he would turn into a mad cow. He was only 35 votes away from the first place. Brothers, use your bayonets to stab him.